Hey guys, welcome to Fanfic Fanatics. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Izuku was the son of Konan and Yahiko? Part 1, MHA x Naruto. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is The Origami Hero by Stillwell03. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Konan. After obtaining all the members of the Akatsuki, we find ourselves thrown into a strange portal. The portal leads us to an overview of a rather strange-looking town. Where the hell are we? Is this a village? Not like one I've seen. Perhaps whoever created that portal knows about it. I didn't make it, must have been somebody else. And who else can open a portal and transport people in time? Zetsu. Everyone calm down. We are in an unfamiliar place and need information. Try not to gain any unwanted attention and spread out to find anything about this place. As ordered by Pain, we set out to find out where we were. 4. Such a strange place. I wonder where we are exactly? I start walking down a path to see strange carriages carrying people and giving off foul odors. Cough cough, whatever those are, they aren't the most fragrant. Help. I hear someone cry for help and go over to the site. Help, somebody please. I see a man with what looked like a face of a snake attacking a woman. I was about to get involved when I hear a loud booming voice. Fear not, citizen, for I am here, it's All Might. I look over to see a strange bulky man in red, white, and blue with blonde hair and a rather strange facial feature. I watch intently as the man punches the snake person in the face and knocks him out in a single blow. That was amazing. Just what you'd expect from our symbol of peace and number one hero. Symbol of peace? Number one hero? As I kept listening, all I was getting was more questions than answers. I get pulled out of my thoughts when I see the blonde man that they called All Might leap out of the area. I decided to follow him to see if he could get me some answers. Once he stopped, he relaxed his demeanor and took a smaller version, not known Small Might, but still notably smaller than the buff form. So you are the one they call the number one hero or something around here. He looks up and sees me flying with my Keke Genkai, turning my origami into wings. Are you a friend or foe? That varies on what you describe as either. I come down and walk up to him. 1. My name is Konan. For reasons I am not aware, I was sent here from where me and my comrades were. Our only issue is, we don't know where here is. Strange, most people know of Tokyo as Japan's capital. Impossible. Tokyo looks nothing like this. I completely deny the fact we are in Tokyo from my knowledge on how it looked. Sigh, then what do you think Tokyo should look like? My opinion by how you're dressed, you may not be from another area, but another time. Another time? You may want to take a seat so we can see if that is the case. With that, we keep talking and find out that we're not only in Tokyo, Japan, but we are in Tokyo about several hundred years in the future. The world had changed greatly with more unique ways of transport, electric ways of interactions, and unique powers called quirks popping up in people. 6. After I was caught up to speed enough to understand the basics of where I was, I decided to meet back with everyone. Thank you for all your help, Mr. All Might. It truly was helpful knowing this and will benefit me on what to do next. Don't mention it. Also, just All Might is fine. Then I will be on my way. I suddenly feel the uncontrollable urge to vomit and did so in a nearby bush. Are you all right, Ms. Konan? Pant, I will be fine. Thank you for your concern. I start flying into the sky and return to where I had left the others. Once there, I was met by Kisame, Itachi, and Pain, who had returned not long ago. Did you find anything out, Konan? Yes, we are in Tokyo, Japan right now, several hundred years in the future. Did you just say we're in the future? Is that even possible? Perhaps. We are still unaware on what we are facing, however. Did you find out anything else? Yes, it seems there is a large bit of information that has happened. 2. I start to explain to Pain about my meeting with All Might and about how the world is right now. As I explained it, more and more of our comrades came and listened in. And that is all I have found out as of now. Everyone just looked as if I had dropped a paper bomb on them. Woa, WOA. So we're in a future where our own great grandkids could exist. That is correct, Didora. When? How? Kakuzu, what the fuck is happening with our undead lives? How do you expect me to know? All we know is what Konan has said. We all start bickering with each other when I have the urge to vomit again. Konan, are you alright? Yes, I think the trip may have just made me a little light stomach is all. I get my composure and wait for Pain to make a decision. For now, we will try and make a life here and decide our next course of actions later. For now, try to adjust the best you can and we will further our plans for ultimate peace after. With that said, we all did our best to create a steady revenue stream of profit to keep ourselves afloat. For a month, we seemed to succeed in this rather well. We were able to afford a home and some modern-day technology to assist in keeping in the loop of the world. Though we weren't completely stable in the time, we were enough to live in it without much trouble. My condition, however, had seemed to not change much. Upon my knowledge of such things, I decided to buy what this time saw as a pregnancy test. I had followed the instructions and waited for an answer. The results had horrified me. Not only had it been positive, but the only person that the father could be was my dearly departed friend Yahiko. I felt sick knowing this, but I was also afraid what would happen if it was to be brought into this world. The Akatsuki isn't a family-friendly organization, and to bring it up in a cycle of constant death that we give would be unfair for it. In an attempt for advice, I turned to the only member I could at this time. 8. Pain. I need to speak to you in private. We walk away from everyone and begin to discuss what I had learned. I had recently discovered that I am with child. Who is the father? Yahiko. Pain stood there for a moment until he finally spoke. We cannot have a child be raised in the Akatsuki, it would only slow us down. But I can't just get rid of it, this child is the only proof that Yahiko actually lived. Without it I don't think I can continue anymore. I start to hold my stomach in pain knowing that if I were to lose it, I would be killing the last of my friend. The choice to have it is yours, but it is impossible for it to be raised in this organization. It would only sully its life with the blood we already hold. As Pain walked away, I thought on his words, I want you to live, little one, but I can't keep you. It may be for the better if I did not. Your mother is a horrible woman that has killed and has the stain of blood flood her hands. You do not want me as your mother, so I will find you a more suitable one. In the time that came after, I had spent spare time I had searching for a suitable mother that could take care of my unborn child. Once it started to become apparent that I was pregnant, I took a small leave of absence and asked Pain to say I was on an assignment to stay away from everyone. At this point, I was sitting in a coffee shop looking at my stomach and worrying on both mine and the child's future. What am I to do? Even if I were to not want to have it anymore, it's already too late to do anything now. I want to find you a proper home. One filled with love and stability that I once had. Please, someone come and say they will. At that moment, I hear a few women talk behind me. So how far are you, Mitsuki? About 8 months. The little bastard won't stop kicking during the night, thought, haha. He really is a born fighter. That's mean to say about your child. Sorry Inko, not intentional. I know how you and Hisashi have been trying. A woman that is trying to have a child but is not succeeding. I listened closely to learn that the woman Inko has been trying for some time and has come up unsuccessful. I think that I finally found your mother. The final months had passed by with none of the Akatsuki knowing of my actions. While waiting for the child to be born, I decided to learn as much as I could about the world and take night classes in the process. As of now, I have a degree in human psychiatric and was able to support myself. One day getting up, I felt a sharp pain and had realized today was the day. In Mustafar General Hospital, I had given birth to a baby boy after several hours of labor. I gazed at him and realized he had dark hair with blue tints at the roots hardly visible with the tips strangely green. Once he opened his eyes, I had seen an emerald green that I had gotten lost in. I gazed for what seemed an eternity, realizing one thing. This is my baby. Mine and Yahiko's baby. I thought on it for a moment and remembered that I had no choice in the matter to happen. 3. In an effort to get rid of the child before I had made second thoughts, I flew to an alley with the child in a blanket. I knew that the woman Inko had taken this path regularly from her night job and made certain to be prepared to have her intercept him here. I looked down at my child for what I thought would be the last time and saw him stare at me. I looked and was afraid of what I was to do. Please. I know I'm your mother, but you don't want me to be her. You need stability and happiness that you cannot get from me. He continued to stare at me with me clenching the blanket tightly with desire not to leave him. Stop it, Konan. You know you can't do this now. You've come this far, so just do it. I let the baby down with tears in my eyes and grabbed a note I had written almost 100 times over to get it right. To whoever it concerns, this child was put here on July 26. Due to reasons that I cannot control, I am unable to take care of this child and wish for whoever to find him to treat him with love and care. He also does not have a name yet, since it would be harder on me if I had. If he ever asks who his mother is, please keep him from knowing I left him in an alley. 3. Sincerely, his mother. I placed the note and an origami flower in as a token of my love for him and hid in a corner to wait for the woman Inko to come. I see her walking over with the child staying quiet. Common, make yourself known. The child remains silent. Please, you don't want me as your mother. All I can give you is pain and misery. So please scream or cry to say you're there. Inko had begun to walk away from the alley without knowing he was there. I close my eyes in fear that he will not do anything. Scream, damn it. MHA. I look up and see him finally crying and getting the woman's attention. Oh my. What are you doing out here, little one? Inko looks at the note and holds a hurt look. Seems you need a home. How about I raise you? My husband and I always wanted a child of our own. But you need a name first. She looks at the child with a slight bit of confusion before obtaining a revelation. I know, how about Izuku? The child laughs at this as a way to state he likes it. Then it's settled. You will be Izuku Midoriya. She takes Izuku away with him, looking back to the alley. I hold my shirt in pain for what I had done. Hick, forgive me, Izuku. Best thing I could do for you. Hick, forgive me, Yahiko, for giving our only son away. I start to feel rain fall and start to head back to my real home. Once outside, I was met by Pain staring at me with a gaze of indifference. Is it done? I nod and answer. The child, Izuku, is in a better place now. I walk inside and pass everyone who was asleep at the time and head straight into my room. I shut and lock the door before huddling into a ball and silently sobbing into my knees. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm so sorry for what I have done. If you hate your mother, then you have all the right to. I keep sobbing all night until I couldn't anymore and fell into a saddened sleep. Third person POV. Over the time span of about 5 years, the Akatsuki had made a name as one of the most skilled vigilante groups known at this day and age. Among them, 3 of which were feared more than anything. Undead, a man that could take any injury and still walk even with him being beheaded. If any faced him, they would not sleep soundly through the night ever again. Illustrian, a man that would be able to break your mind without him even facing you for more than a second. Those that have faced him said that they felt as if they faced an eternity in hell. Finally came God, a man that never had a scratch on him. All who faced him had said he was someone that they couldn't even get in swinging distance to fight. 2. Though all other members are powerful, one had obtained a record for being notably brutal to any villains that harmed children. Angel was known for using what is known as excessive force on sick men and women that dared hurt or threaten any and all kids. Some believe that something had happened to her as a child that made her into this. Others think it is from regret for something that happened to her own before her work as a vigilante. Whether it was one or the other, the issue still stood that any villain that wanted to harm kids would steer clear of her, knowing that they may get put into a coma for 6 months like a molester had over a year into the Akatsuki Rising. 5. The public in general saw this group as a dark vigilante group, since many had committed murder to villains that had the death penalty waiting for them, but many did not rebel against them for it. People saw them as a group that wasn't afraid to do what had to be done and had seen most of their accomplishments stood with the villain alive instead of dead. Many would never believe that this group was from another time and fought as they would believe, quirkless. Though they held great success, one member still held a shame she never showed anyone other than her close friend. Age 4 Izuku POV. Mom, is it time yet? Almost, sweetie. Why don't you get your shoes on and well get going after? Yay. I get to know what my quirk is today. I start to run to the door and put my shoes on. Once they were on, Mom put hers on and we make our way to the doctor to see what my quirk actually is. I don't know much about it, but I can fold paper and turn myself into a bunch of sheets of paper as well. The second is a lot harder to do and I could only do it for a few seconds, but I was able to, so that means I can make myself paper. I get all excited thinking that it might be like that hero edge shot or a new quirk that has yet to be discovered yet. Just the thought of what it is making me go nuts. 5. Oh yeah, we have some new neighbors Izuku moving in today. I invited them over and found out they have a little girl about your age. Cool, What's she like? I never got the chance to see her in person, but her parents said she's very optimistic and happy. I start to get excited for meeting a new neighbor and get happy enough about that to calm down from my excitement for my quirk. 30 at the doctor's. Yeah, we aren't sure why your son can do what he does. Both me and mom are sitting in the doctor's office completely confused as to why. Wait, but isn't what he has a quirk? Sigh, well, that's where we're stumped. He puts up a picture of a foot and shows us around the toes. From what we can tell, the boy should be quirkless with 2 joints in his pinky toe as depicted in his x-rays, but he can control paper as you say. Yes, can you show him, Izuku? I do as my mom says and makes some papers come out of me and turn into origami flowers. 3. The doctor looks at me a little confused as to how to continue. Strange, the only logical explanation I can say is that it isn't a quirk. What do you mean? My best guess is that it's a power that was given to him by either you or your husband that is not quirk-oriented. Mom looks sad for a moment before the doctor asks. Is this talent known in either of your families? Izuku. Izuku isn't naturally ours. What do you mean? I get a little sad remembering a note I found a little while ago with my mom saying the truth to me a few months back. I found Izuku when he was an infant with a note saying he needed a home. Since me and my husband at the time wanted a child, we adopted him and never looked back. The only reason Izuku knows right now is because he found the note that his real mother left. As of right now, we don't even know who she is or why she left Izuku. Fascinating. Well, if you know anything more, please contact me and we will go over it. But for now, let's call it a quirk to avoid issues. Since we never had a quirk like this before, it's up to you to name it, kid. I think for a second and say the first thing that comes into my head. Origami. 5. At the park after we came home, Mom told me that it would be a while till dinner and that I could play in the park near our home. I go and start walking with my doctor's appointment going through my head, so it isn't a quirk. If it's not that, then what is it then? I get out of my train of thought when I hear Konan. I run over and see him and the other 2 boys he hangs out with hurting a girl. What's wrong, kid? You had a big mouth before when you said that I was very arrogant. Where'd it go? He tries to kick her again before I shout at him. Konan, stop. He looks over and sees me coming between him and the girl. What are you doing here, Deku? I don't know what she said to you, but stop it. She looks really hurt. I motion to the brown-haired girl that has a lot of scuffs and is crying. She deserved it for speaking to me the way she did. And what makes speaking the way she did to you and you all ganging up on her 3-1 fair enough for someone to deserve? I could see Konan get angry at me. Step aside, Deku, or you're next. I take a fighting stance and get ready for Kachan's attack. If you won't stop, then I'll stop you myself. At that point, Kachan comes charging at me with an explosion about to hit me. I shut my eyes and prepare for the worst. After a second of feeling nothing, I opened my eyes to see a woman with blue hair and what looked like paper wings on her back holding Kachan's hand and stopping him. You like ganging up on kids that are weaker than you? Then let's see how you like it done to yourself. She stares at Kachan with anger to make him scared enough that he peed himself. When did she? 11. About 20 minutes prior. Konan Pav. Today was my day off of work with just me and Deidara in the house. In the time I've been up, I had taken care of cleaning the house, doing the dishes, hanging the laundry, and a few other things that needed to get done. I normally try and keep my mind busy so I don't think of Izuku and how he is. The last time I had free time and did nothing, I nearly put myself into a deep state of depression that I almost couldn't come back from. Might as well take a walk. I put on a black pair of jeans and a dark purple shirt before heading out. Hey Konan. You mind grabbing some ink for me while you're out? Very well. I head out and grab the ink that Deidara needed for his manuscript. Since we were here, we all found a job or two that we had some latent talent with. Deidara currently works as a small comic writer for a newspaper. It was not a significant job, but it was his job and it paid well enough to do his share of the rent. Once I left the store, I decided to take the long way home to think on what to do next. I went over mental checklists to find I am fine where I am when a sudden thought came into my head. I wonder how Izuku is growing up. As the thought crept into my head, I felt tears stream down my face. My dreams are still haunted by the thought I let mine and Yahiko's son be taken by a stranger who I only knew from following her a bit. Stop it, Konan. Izuku is fine without you. He is no longer your son since you gave him up. The words I spoke were not reassuring at all. In the end, I just wanted to cry even harder knowing that he may never see me or know that I am his mother. I try and take these thoughts out of my head and try and keep walking. Dear God, I need closure. I start walking past a park when out of the corner of my eye, I see a small kid with dark hair with green tints in it. I look over and see a boy that matches the age and facial features of Izuku stand in between a brown-haired girl and a blonde boy with two others behind him. She deserved it for speaking to me the way she did. And what makes speaking the way she did to you and you all ganging up on her 3-1 fair enough for someone to deserve? I listen in and see the blonde boy make sparks out of his hand with the dark green one taking a fighting stance. If you won't stop, then I'll stop you myself. Hearing these words made the blonde boy enraged and goes to attack him. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. Don't get involved. Don't get in. Screw it. I jump in and stop the boy's attack by grabbing his hand. 1. You like ganging up on kids that are weaker than you? Then let's see how you like it done to yourself. I glare at the boy with anger and make him wet himself with the look of sheer fear in his eyes. This ain't over, Deku. I'll get you and that round-faced girl back for this, you hear me? The boy runs away with the other two in tow. I hope that kid learns to let go of that pride soon. It may be an issue growing up. Thank you for helping us, miss. I look over to see the green-haired boy helping the little brown-haired girl. Could he be Izuku? I get down on a knee and look at the boy eye to eye. What is your name, little one? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Oh my God, it is. And what is your name? I'm Ochako Uraraka. Well then, how about we bring the two of you to your parents so you can relax a bit? Both of them nod and each take one of my hands. We start walking out of the park and down the street. My name is Konan, by the way. So what had brought you two here today? My mommy and daddy and me just moved here and they told me that I could play here while they unpack. Are you my new neighbor? Maybe. It's nice to meet you, Oken. Uchin? Do you not like it? Uraraka smiles and shakes her head. I think it's cute. Izuku starts to blush at this before making an origami flower to give her for her hair. Oh my God. He has my talent. I start internally screaming while Izuku looks at me. Ms. Konan, can you control paper like me too? Well yes, but it isn't a quirk. Yours isn't a quirk too. What it actually is called a keke genkai. To put it simple, it's passed on like a quirk but isn't a quirk. Izuku starts to smile and asks me a painful question. Can you teach me to use it? Stop it here, Konan. You know that you're only going to get yourself too deep in this and won't be able to come out. Once he finds out you're his mother or worse that you kill people, it's all over. Just say no, damn it. Certainly. I would love to teach you how to use your talent. I could also train you as well, Uraraka, if you would like. Did you take stupid pills this morning? 59. They both nod and smile at me. Pain won't like this. Ochako sweetie. Why are you all dirty? I look over to see a couple that looks like Uraraka with her running to them. A blonde kid was picking on me because I told him that he sounded arrogant when he said he was the best around. Before he hurt me too much, Deku came and saved me with Ms. Konan helping him. Deku? Izuku started to get a little flustered at this. What's wrong, Deku? Well, Deku is an insult Kachin gives me since all I can do is make origami. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a mean word to you. I just thought it was a cool hero name since you saved me. It's okay. If you want to call me Deku, go ahead. Izuku starts to blush immensely at her comment. I begin to get the urge to kill the little bastard that came up with that nickname for Izuku. There will be words spoken if I see that little brat again. So you saved my daughter, miss. Thank you. I didn't save her, I mean Midoriya did. I just stepped in when it got out of hand. Either way, thank you for doing so. Both the Uraraka parents bowed to thank me and picked their daughter up. Common sweetie, we need to meet our neighbor who offered us an invitation to dinner as a welcome to the neighborhood. They start heading to the same direction that I am with Izuku to the Midoriya residence. We all knock and a woman with green hair comes to the door. You must be the Urarakas. I'm Inko and welcome to our home. Inko looks over and sees Izuku holding my hand. Izuku, who's your friend? This is Ms. Konan. She helped me when Kachin was bullying Oken. She did. Inko looks up to me and thanks me for this. She invites us all in with Izuku and Uraraka going to play in the other room. We all sit down and talk a bit before I ask Inko and the Urarakas a question. If I were to ask you three if I could train your children as heroes, would you allow me? Goodness, that's quite a suggestion. Why would you wish to do so? I hold my hand out and create a few origami butterflies to explain. From what I have seen, your son has the same power as I do and I wish to teach him how to. Your daughter has also caught my eye a bit and I wish to teach her as well. If things go right, I may be able to help them become great heroes to be. But the choice is yours if you wish to. They all think about it before hesitantly agreeing. I thank them and get ready to leave, saying that there is a few things that I need to do before tomorrow. I walk out the door and see both kids behind me waving goodbye with smiles on their faces. I smile back and head out after giving my contact info to Inko and Mrs. Uraraka. While on the way back, I run into Pain, who happened to see everything. What do you plan on doing, Konan? You know it is not good for us to get involved in such things. I know, it's just that Izuku has my powers and I want to teach him so badly to use it. That is irrelevant. We cannot allow children to, I know already, but that doesn't mean we can't teach them. Pain holds an agitated stare at me before answering. You may train them on 3 circumstances. First, you will not say anything about the Akatsuki. Second, I will be present for all training. Third and most importantly, you will not tell Izuku who you are to him. I agree and head back home with Pain. It isn't what I would prefer, but I can at least stay in my son's life. 16. The next day came quickly with me and Pain waiting in the forest for Izuku and Uraraka. Once they came, we checked to see their chakra elements. Just like me, Izuku is able to use wind, water, and earth, while Uraraka could use fire and lightning. We began training them in physical abilities to get them ready for the future. They didn't do anything strenuous, just a run in the forest and a few exercises to train their muscles. Once a few hours passed though, I took them both home to not push them too hard on the first day. Once I came back, I sat on a rock looking into the forest with Pain. I can tell he has a bit of Yahiko in him. I see why you wanted to help him. I smile and think about the times Pain had looked and had seen Yahiko instead of Izuku during the day. 14. It truly is a shame he could not see his son himself. He would have loved to see Izuku as the proof of his convictions. It is. Pain begins to get up and motions for me to do the same. I will assist in their training, but I still stand by those rules for now. If in the future I see that Izuku is ready for our origins, I will tell him. I will tell you when it is time for him to hear from your mouth the truth of his mother. He walks away with me following and thinking about the fact I could just be around my son. Even if it is a lie of who I am happy I can be part of his life in any way. Izuku Pav. Almost. Once the next day came, Mr. Pain had us begin cleaning up Dagoba Municipal Beach as part of our training. Right now, me and Ocha are trying to pull a fridge to the side that was extremely heavy. You can drop now, Ocha, we're good here. We both drop our sides for the fridge to stay by the curb for the garbage men. Mr. Pain. I hate to ask this, but what does cleaning the beach have to do with our training? I kinda wondered that too. Though heroes nowadays protect people, they should not be above doing some manual labor to help the community. To help someone, you do not always need to don a flashy cape or tight spandexes to accomplish this. Sometimes you just need to do something nobody else chooses to do. Take this beach for example. Over the years of the ocean's current pushing trash onto its shores and people using it as an illegal dumping site has turned this once great area into a toxic waste dump. But if the right people would come and remove the wrongs of others. Mr. Pain uses his power to push a huge amount of garbage away to show the sunrise rising beautifully over the ocean. The former beauty of this place will shine anew. 15. With that in mind, I have created a training plan for the both of you to follow that will efficiently complete your objective. Ms. Konan gives us both a small packet with timestamps from when we wake up and go to sleep, to when we train and what we eat. I call this, the road to a shinobi dream plan. Your objective is to clear the shoreline up to about midway in the next 8 months. Once that is done, we will train for the next 2 on new jutsus and your base combat skills with the assistance of the other Akatsuki. Any objections? No sir. We both answer with feeling before getting back to work. 6. Konan Pav. Road to a Shinobi Dream Plan? It was the best name I could come up with. Pain watches the kids make a few clones to help them before I ask him something. Why did you choose now to be the best time to tell them about the Akatsuki? Because they seem to hold the spirit of a hero to heart. I look at him a little confused until he speaks up. It is important for them to know about our origins before Izuku learns of his. Known now will let this sink in enough and understand that you had no choice when giving him up. I start to worry about the day the truth will come out and get a little scared how Izuku will react. Maybe he is right. If I were to tell him with the knowledge of the Akatsuki fresh in his mind, it may turn bad. 5 months later, Izuku Pav. That should do it. Me and Ocha put the final bit of trash out by the beach. Not bad, you two. Guess Pain was right about you both. Thank you, Mr. Hidan. Me and Ocha look at the cleared beach with happiness knowing we've done this. It's beautiful. I hold Ocha's hand and smile, it really is. It would appear that you both finished ahead of my initial plans. Not only that, but you had cleaned the entire beach instead of the bare minimum. Mr. Payne starts to smile a little before walking away. We will be training harder in your base training going forward. Be prepared for today's training. Yes sir, common man. They just finished a rockin' beach cleanup 3 months ahead of schedule with interest. Give them a day off. Mr. Payne looks at Mr. Hidan and then at us. Very well. I believe you both have been working hard enough to deserve the afternoon to yourselves. Tomorrow we will begin to train you both more in depth with jutsus, but take today to rest and prepare for that. With that said, Mr. Payne had left with me and Ocha going to get ready for school. After school in town. So what do you want to do today? Grumble, let's get something to eat first. I didn't get a chance to eat much of lunch today. Neither did I. We both started to think about Kachin when he came over and started to pick a fight with us over the sludge villain incident 5 months ago. We kinda told him to shut it and to counter. He kinda blew our lunches up out of spite. We head into a nearby burger place and order a couple of combo meals and sat down. 3. I could have paid for mine myself, Izu. You really didn't have to. Oh no, I'm not making you pay for a meal that you need to get because of an angered Pomeranian. And besides, I get to pay for a meal for my cute girlfriend in return. I say this with giving Ocha a small peck on her lips and having a smirk on my face. Snap, I'm pulled out of my satisfied smirk with seeing Mr. Deidara and Mr. Sasori taking a picture of us. I knew they were dating. Now pay up, puppet man. Fine. Mr. Sasori takes a 20 out of his pocket and gives it to Mr. Deidara. Wait, you both bet that me and Ocha were dating. Yup. And this little baby is gonna be sent to everyone to show proof. We all stare at him very agitated as he sends the picture to every Akatsuki member with a goofy smile on his face. 4. Meanwhile, Konan Pav. Why is today so slow? My entire day has had almost no clients with me filling out paperwork and fighting complete boredom. Buzz, at least this helps kill boredom. I take my phone out and see a message with a picture attached from Deidara. I was right, people. They're dating and this is the proof. I look at the picture and realize it's Izuku and Ochako kissing. Scream, my baby boy has a girlfriend. Ms. Konan. Are you alright? I heard a scream. Yes, Martha, just got a little too excited over something. No need to worry. I get extremely giddy and could barely hold my excitement in and began to smile ear to ear. I can't wait to tell Inko and Mrs. Uraraka about this. 8. Night before the exam, Izuku Pav. Mr. Payne and Ms. Konan has asked us to meet them at the beach the day before the exam to give us a few last-minute words of advice before we take the exam. Once we get there, they look and smile at us genuinely for the first time. I must congratulate the both of you on your hard work. I originally did not expect much from the two of you when Konan had said she would teach you. But I was wrong. The both of you have dedicated yourselves to your training and have done all you can to be the best you could. Whether you succeed or fail tomorrow, I am proud of the strides you have taken this far in becoming heroes. I start to feel a warmth in my chest from hearing our normally cold and distant teacher say such inspiring words. With that said, I had made you both these as a symbol of your training under us. Ms. Konan hands us both bands that hold a metal plate with a strange symbol in them and a slash through. These are headbands from our time that symbolize one is from the Akatsuki. You do not have to wear them, but we would be honored if you would wear them as proof of our commitment to your training. Both me and Ocha take the headbands and put them somewhere on our body. I tie mine around my right arm and Ocha puts hers around her neck. How does it look? Both Mr. Payne and Ms. Konan smile at us. You look like true shinobi by wearing them with the pride you are. Now, let us take you home so you can rest for tomorrow. We thank them as they lead us back home. 3. The next day outside of Ua. Today's the day, Ocha. Yeah. We've been training for a long time, but today will show us how far we've really come. Me and Ocha stand outside the entrance to UA with our bands shown on us and our hearts on our sleeves. Out of the way, losers. Of course we run into him. We start walking in with Kachin trying to pass us with no success. He started to get agitated and was about ready to blow me up if I didn't show a paper bomb behind me. Come on, Ocha, let's find a seat. It smells like jackass out here. We walk into the school and make our way down the hall to the auditorium room. Once there, we take our seats in a few open seats with Kachin taking the one next to us. What's up, people? Let's make some noise. We get greeted by Present Mike, who gets zero attention from anyone other than one person that coughed during the silence. Wow, tough crowd. Let's get to it then. Present Mike starts explaining the test with Kachin glaring at us with rage. If all you're gonna do is stare, then do it to someone that isn't trying to pay attention. You looking for a fight or something, Deku? I ignore him and pay attention to the explanation of the test. You better not get in my way, Deku. Not you or your little fat ass slut. We keep ignoring him to pay attention as to not give him the attention. I actually feel pity for fucking round face. Having a loser like you as a boyfriend instead of a real man like M. Will you shut the fuck up so we can focus, Bakugo? Ocha states this a little loudly to make some of the people around us look at her. And you three. If all you're going to do is bicker between each other, then please leave. We get told off by some guy with glasses arguing about 4 robots on the sheet instead of 3. Why do you care if we bicker? Not only that, but why are you bickering about a robot that Present Mike may have not even covered yet because of your objection? How about minding your own business, and if we are that much of a problem, you let a teacher or someone whose job it is to do this handle it? The boy with glasses stops talking and turns around after my rant to him. Once the information about the test was given, we all head to our own testing sites. Me and Ocha were lucky enough to be paired in the same site. I was feeling a little confident, but Ocha was getting a bit nervous. Don't be worried, you'll do great, thanks Izu, but what if I screw up and can't make the hero course because of it? I pat her head and smile at her. Don't worry, I know you'll do great. You're an amazing person with or without our training. She starts to blush a bit and hug me. You would have gotten a kiss if we weren't in public. Well, then let's save those for after we're done here. We relax a bit before we hear a shout. And go. In that moment, me and Ocha charge into the city with everyone confused what just happened. We both decided to work on opposite ends of the city since we didn't want to disturb the other's ability to collect points. In the seconds we split, I see a few 3-pointers and make a few hand signs. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. With one hit, I took down and obtained 15 points off the bat. I look over to see a few 2-pointers and keep my momentum going. I use my paper bombs to blow the robots sky high when throwing a few paper shurikens at them. I keep charging through the city while blowing up robot after robot until I think I have more than enough to pass. 89, I think that should be good now. I head over to watch Ocha and support her when all of a sudden I feel the ground shake. This can't be good. I look up and see a giant robot the size of a skyscraper with a 0 on it. Guess that makes sense why Present Mike said to avoid it. I look around to find Ocha to make sure she's somewhere safe. I start to get a little worried when I don't see her and get more worried when someone shouts something. There's a girl under the robot. I look over and start sprinting to the robot, seeing what I did. Ocha. I had seen Ocha stuck under some debris unconscious with blood on her head. Did she get hit in the head when the robot came out? Not a time for this, I need to take this out now and save her. I start to bite my thumb hard enough to draw blood and plaster some on all my fingers. I don't know what might happen, but this is still better than the alternative. I start making hand signs before putting my bloodied hand to the ground. Summoning jutsu. In that instant, all I see is smoke until I see a few tails and some claws. What did I just? Once the smoke clears, I see a giant fox with 9 tails glaring at the robot with anger. 27 in an instant, the fox creature attacks the robot and starts tearing it to shreds in mere seconds. While he does this, I run to Ocha and make sure she's okay. Ocha, are you okay? Speak to me. Ocha starts to regain consciousness. What happened? Ocha looks over and sees the giant fox creature. What is that thing? I don't know. I panicked when I saw you on the ground and summoned it. Wait, why didn't you make a pact before summoning something? Like I said, I panicked and summoned it on instinct. Sigh, I guess we can't help it now. So how do we stop this thing before it loses interest in that robot? In that moment, the fox points his attention to us. He begins to walk to us and stops when his face is mere inches from us. Both of us go pale as we were close enough to see the details of its teeth in front of us. It's okay, big guy. We don't want to hurt you. HMPH, not like you could if you tried. Wait, did I hit my head harder than I thought, or did this fox just talk to us? Right after he says this, the fox turns into a puff of smoke and turns into a tiny plushy-sized fox. 16. He walks over and jumps on my head. You wake me up, and it will be the last thing you do. Oh, okay. I'll be quiet. I start shaking at the thought of how dangerous it was, and it didn't even feel like it was serious yet. It falls asleep with me so scared I could barely move. What exactly is that thing? We look over and see the old woman with a cane. The recovery hero, recovery girl, right? Nice assumption, Sonny. Now do you mind explaining what that fox is on the top of your head? I look up at the sleeping thing and smile awkwardly. I couldn't even yell you even if I tried. Konan Pav. Did he just summon what I think he did? That boy you taught Konan just summoned a tailed beast. Not to mention that it was the 9 tails. I only watched speechless at Izuku had just summoned one of the most powerful tailed beasts known to us. I originally had Zetsu teleport me to a hidden area to watch Izuku and Ochako do their exam with Orochimaru unintentionally tagging along, but we ended up seeing something none of us could believe. Izuku summoned the 9-tailed fox. How is that even possible? What are the 3 of you doing here? This area is off limits to everyone. I begin to stiffen a little when hearing the familiar voice of Eraserhead. Farewell, Konan. We will be taking our leave now. Wait. In an instant, Zetsu and Orochimaru disappear from my sight and leave me alone. 5. You damned traitors. Now talk. I begin to get wrapped in Eraserhead's binding cloth, forcing me to speak. We were only here to watch 2 of our students participate. The one that was under the robot and the one that summoned that tailed beast. Tailed beast. So you know what that was. Enough to know that it needs to be kept in check. I want to know everything you know about that thing and how to keep it in check. With all due respect, sir, that thing is beyond what you or any pro can handle. It may even be too much for All Might. I suddenly get an idea how to make both of us benefit. But my group can offer you the chance to keep it in check if you do me one small favor. And what may that be? 2 weeks later, Izuku Pav. After the incident at the entrance exam, I learned a bit about the fox spirit known as Kurama. It seemed that he was one of 9-tailed beasts that have been waiting a while to find a person that could bring them into this world again since being lost from a fight long before any of us were born. The way I summoned him was completely on accident, but he wanted to use me as a person to summon the other 8 regardless. Since summoning one of them takes a significant amount of chakra and is only by extreme stress upon a person, he's had me wait until he thinks I'm ready to summon another. Right now, we're all waiting in my mom's house patiently for the results of the exam. Since Mom found out we were dating, me and Ocha haven't had a need to hide it from our parents and are currently relaxing on the couch with Ocha taking a seat on my lap and Kurama on my head. He apparently likes my head due to it resembling overgrown grass and sleeps there regularly. Izuku. Ochako. The results are here. Mom comes in full on panicking with Kurama agitated. She woke him. Can't you talk much quieter, human? Don't be rude, Kurama. She's just nervous that the results came in. He ignores me and jumps off to lay on the couch. 7. I grab our acceptance letters and give Ocha hers. She opens it to see a note that says, "Listen to Izuku Midoriya's audio recording," in it. I open mine and see an audio recording. We play it and see Ms. Konan pop up. Hello Izuku and Ochako. You may be wondering why I'm on an audio recording from UA. Well, the answer is that I will be working as the new guidance counselor for the school. Now on to your results. Both of you have obtained a perfect score on the written exam. As for the practical, Ochako had earned 70 villain points and 29 hero points to make her score 99. While Izuku had obtained 89 villain points and 50 hero points to make his score 139, which earns him the highest score in the year and makes him our first-year representative. Congratulations you both on passing and welcome to your Hero Academia. The recording stops with both of us looking at each other and smiling. We passed. We both hug each other and start jumping up and down. Our dreams were coming true. Wait, what class are we in? We both look and see that we're in 1A together and start cheering. Right after, we look at the information and see one part that we didn't expect. They're live in school now. We look a little surprised and that it says that we will be staying in two-person dorms with a roommate from our class, but no information on who any of us are paired with. Didn't see that coming. Izuku Pav. Okay, we're off. Me and Ocha are standing in my mom's doorway with both our parents taking pictures of us in our uniforms. Just one more picture please. Mommy, we'll be late. Please Ochako. Maybe one with you hugging Izuku. Ocha starts to blush a little. I wouldn't mind one like that. She starts wrapping around me with both of us a bead red color. So cute. Both our Mother's Day this with a look of happiness on their faces. Alright, I think we teased them enough. Ocha's dad comes over and pats my shoulder. As her boyfriend, I hope my daughter is safe in your hands Izuku. You don't have to worry about that sir. Boyfriend or not, I will solemnly swear that I will protect Ocha at all costs. I give him a stern look with him smiling and clenching my shoulder harder. That's good to hear. I always liked you Izuku and preferred Ochako to have a boyfriend like you. Be that as it may, if I find out that my daughter was hurt by your hands in any way physical or emotional. Mr. Uraraka looks at me with an evil smile. I'll kill you. 13 I go completely stiff hearing the last part and become paler than a ghost. Common daddy, stop being mean to Izu. He's always been so nice to me and you know it. You're right. I just thought I would scare him a little before he got too big for his bridges honey. Mr. Uraraka starts laughing until Kurama grew big enough to make a truck fit in his paws. Let's go you two. If you're late, that Konan woman will have my head. Right, sorry Kurama. He transforms back into his little form with us saying goodbye to our parents and heading out. Get better at holding a spine kid. You'll never get anywhere without one. Kurama says this while resting on my head and about to go to sleep. Easy for you to say. When you get mad, most people just look at your size and stop at the sight of you. It's called respect kid. It's also called seeing reality in a situation. He just holds a superior look while me and Ocha think the same thoughts. Why do we have to put up with him? 7 About 2 weeks ago on Dagoba Beach, and that just about covers what happened and what Kurama said to us. Mr. Payne and Ms. Konan look at me and then at Kurama. There is nothing we can do about it now. If the tailed beasts were to become aggressive and attack people however, we have a means to keep them at bay. Not like I care to attack humans as they are a pointless existence that I couldn't care less for. Also if I were to kill them, it would defeat the purpose being reborn in a physical manifestation in this world. Kurama says this while scratching his ear with his back paw. So cute. Like an actual fox. Call me cute again and you're dead kid. Wait, you can hear my thoughts. We hold a bond similar to that between a Jinchuriki and a tailed beast. I can read your thoughts, but you can't read mine. From what the 9 tails had said, it seems you and him hold an important connection, so try to not die and inform us if any others show up. 3 Back to present. This is gonna be hard to explain why I have a fox on my head at school. The Konan woman said that she will discuss this with the school. Do not worry about this. Worry about getting my brethren back into this world. Easier said than done. I literally summoned you on accident and really don't want to replicate the incident again. Then stop complaining and find a different way to do so you dolt. You and me really need to have a talk about the whole you reading my mind without my permission later. HMPH, whatever. You have to admit though Izu, he is kinda cool. I'm not saying he isn't, but I'd rather not answer the questions of our classmates why I have a talking plushie-sized fox that loves to sleep on my head that can turn into a fox the size of Godzilla with its own atomic blast. What's your point? I look up at Kurama and sigh at his question. Just don't do what you just did to our classmates please. We need to live with them. I make no promises, especially to that Bakugo bastard. Sigh best I'm gonna get I guess. 6 Once we get to UA, we drop the last of our stuff off at the dorms before heading to class. 1A. Aha. Me and Ocha stand in front of a giant door while admiring the size. Now that is a big door. No kidding Ocha. I've seen bigger. We both ignore Kurama and prepare to open the door. Okay. There's 40 people in the hero course and 2 are us. What's the chances we have the glasses guy and Kachin in the same class? I'd say about 1/75th chance. What did I just talk to you about with the reading my mind without permission? I open it to the shout of two people inside. Get your feet off the desk. It is an insult to our upper-class men and the people who made the desk. Who put the stick up your ass 4 eyes? I am Tenya Ida, from Same, and how dare you insult me by calling me such a ridiculous name? So you're a fucking elitist, huh? I can't wait to destroy you and prove my superiority. Are you sure you want to be a hero with that attitude? Both Kachin and the glasses person that we now know as Ida look at us. Hello. I am Tenya Ida. It is nice to meet you. You truly are the better student for finding the secret grading system in the exam. Sorry Ida, that was actually a fluke. I honestly just wanted to save Ocha and nothing more. Ida looks up at my head and notices Kurama sleeping. Hats are not permitted indoors. I would recommend you take it off now. Who are you calling a hat, you filthy human? Everyone stops and looks at me with Kurama clearly angry on my head for being called a hat. Hear me now, you filthy humans. I am the 9-tailed fox of ancient times. My name has been whispered in fear of those that know me, with very few living to tell the tale of my existence. If you ever call me a hat again, you will be nothing more than a piece of meat in my teeth. Understand? At that point, Ida walks to his desk and sits down, clearly scared by what just happened. Didn't I tell you to get along with people, Kurama? He dared call me a hat. I took that as a challenge to my existence. Yeah. That was so cute, Kurama. Both me and Kurama sigh at Ocha's comment. And you behind us. How long are you going to stay there? We look behind to see a tired man with a yellow sleeping bag on. So it does talk. I thought Konan was kidding when she said it is, but I see she wasn't. He gets up and gets out of the sleeping bag before folding it up and heading to the podium. Hello class, I am your homeroom teacher Shota Aizawa. Now put these on and meet me outside. He pulls out 20 uniforms from the sleeping bag before leaving. We all take one and go to the changing rooms. Time skipped outside. We all get out and see Mr. Aizawa out on the training field. Sir, what about orientation? Those things are irrelevant and do nothing. At UA, teachers can add or take anything out of the curriculum that they deem unnecessary. In short, I can teach my class however I want. Mr. Aizawa tosses me a ball that he took out of his pocket and stares at me. Midoriya, you scored the highest on the entrance exam. What was your score in the ball throw in middle school? 70 meters. Try doing it with your quirk now. I get into the ring with Kurama still on my head. You disturb my comfort and you'll regret it. You're gonna eventually have to get off my head, you know. He ignores me and goes back to sleep. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle. Okay, here I go. I cover the ball in paper and make wings out of it and toss it underhand into the air. It flies at a slow pace, but non-stop until it's out of sight. Mr. Aizawa holds a phone up to show an infinity sign. Is that even possible? Everyone says this with Kurama opening an eye and showing some of his teeth. Today you will be taking 8 physical tests to show how much talent you have. The one who comes in last will show that they have no talent and be expelled. Everyone goes quiet and pale except for a few. That's so unfair. A pink alien girl shouts this with Kurama getting off my head and walking up to her. 1. Do you think people dying every day is fair? What about people that are abused and mistreated for things they have no control over? Or what about how some people that are abandoned at birth by their mothers? The world is full of unfairness, so get over it. He walks over and sits in the grass after. You heard the fox. If you're that worried, then don't come in last. I want to see you all show me everything you have and go beyond, plus ultra. I look at Ocha, who nods before we start the next test. 5 times skip to the end of the tests. Alright. I'm not going over all the results one by one since you all know how you did. So here are the results as a whole. Momo Yaoyorozu 14, Shoto Todoroki 6, Izuku Midoriya. Ochako Uraraka Katsuki Bakugo Tenya Ida Fumikage Tokiyami. Mezzo Shoji Mashirao Ojiro Ajiro Kirishima Mina Ashido. Koji Koda Rikito Sato Suyu Asui Yuga Aoyama Hanta Siro. Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiro Toru Hagakuri Minoru Mineta. Oh, and that part about me expelling the person in last was a lie. We all freeze for a second knowing that he didn't intend to expel anyone. It was all just a logical ruse to get you all to put everything in these tests. Mr. Aizawa looks at us with a shit-eating grin while saying this with me and Ocha now seeing what he did. Sorry, guess I should have told you about this from the start. Syllabuses are on the desks in the class. Pick one up on your way to the dorms. Mr. Aizawa walks away with Kurama coming up to me and climbing on my shoulder. You're correct, Izuku. He had intentions to let the last place person get expelled but didn't. Not sure why though. That's not important now. Let's get a syllabus and head to our new home. 3 Konan Pav. I know you plan to expel someone. Your record speaks for itself. I confront Aizawa with him looking at me. I only expel those that I see no potential in at all. Those kids, whether it was small or not, had some potential in them. He starts walking away while asking one question. That Midoriya kid's related to you, isn't he? I begin to go pale at the question. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize it. He might be a little naive, but not completely stupid. People will find out one way or another and lead him to the answer. He walks away with his words still in my head. That's what I'm afraid of. At the dorms, Izuku Pav. I walk up the stairs with Ocha holding my hand to go into the dorms to see our new roommates. The hell? We stop when seeing all my stuff on the floor outside my room. Like hell, I'm rooming with the fucking nerd. Of all the people I could have been assigned, it had to be him. I walk in to see Kachin with a fragile box in his hands about to be thrown. Knock it off, man. That one's got fragile stuff in it. Like I care. He throws it for Kurama to grab it with an enlarged tail. What's going on up here? Mr. Aizawa walks up and sees the mess in the hall. There's no way in hell that I am rooming with fucking Deku. Why do you care that we're roommates? I hate you as much as you hate me, but you don't see me throwing your stuff out the door like a child? Kachin glares at me in anger until he is wrapped by Mr. Aizawa's scarf. Let me tell you something, Bakugo. You both were placed here because Midoriya and you were the top 2 males in the entrance exam. If you really want to complain, then I'll have you swap with Todoroki since he placed top out of the recommended students out of the class and you will room with Mineta. The loser brat that got last in the test. Screw that. Either Mineta or Midoriya. Those are your options. Mr. Aizawa glares at Kachin with anger until he answered. TCH, the pervert is better than Deku. You heard him, Midoriya. Go to the next floor and tell Mineta and Todoroki that there's a room change. Yes, sir. 5 I get up to the next floor and find Mineta and Todoroki's room and knock on it. Todoroki answers it with an emotionless expression. Yes. Hey, sorry to bother you, but there's been a slight change in living arrangements. Mineta and me will swap rooms because of an issue and I'll be your roommate now. Okay. Mineta, you're now moving down the stairs to where Midoriya was. Damn it. And I just got my favorite porn mag out. I'm gonna need to sterilize where he touched when I move in. Once he came out with some of his things, I started to bring my stuff up and check to make sure not much damage was done during Kachin's little ruckus. Once we finished changing and I was done unpacking and setting up my side how I liked, I changed into some more comfy clothes before getting a knock on the door. Todoroki opens it to Ochako. Hey, is Izu in here? Izu? She means me. I walk over and open the door to let her in. Giggle looks just like your room at home. Pro Hero memorabilia, origami flowers, and you made a little bed for Kurama. That's so cute. So how do you two know each other? Ocha's a childhood friend and my girlfriend. We both smile with Todoroki laying on his bed to read a book. Just try not to do perverse things while I'm around. We both go red and shout at this. We don't even do that. Whatever. He goes back to reading his book without acknowledging us after. 4. Oh yeah. Who are you paired with? Yaoyorozu. The girl that placed first in the quirk test. Yup. She's pretty nice considering she lived literally like a princess until she got here. Quite the odd pairing given Ocha and her family's situation. Sorry if we're bothering you, Todoroki. If you want, we can leave so you can read in silence. Don't worry about it. I already read this book, so it's just me passing time. He sits up and looks at Kurama. So what exactly is that? Do not take such a tone with me, human, unless you wish to die. This is Kurama. To make a long story short, he's a 9-tailed fox that I summoned not that long ago. How? Again, a little hard to explain. Let's just say he was summoned and now he's kinda forcing me to summon his buddies. Why don't you just kick him out or something? Hard to do when he is a real-life Godzilla-sized fox. One Todoroki looks a little confused. He takes this size to avoid issues. His real size is literally big enough that your body is the size of an eye. Todoroki holds a face that says he's heard enough and heads to sleep. I think I'll follow Todoroki's lead and head back to my dorm. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Izu. Ocha gives me a peck on the lips before waving goodbye and walking out the door. There was a silence in the room until Todoroki spoke. Cute girlfriend you have. Just make sure you treat her right. I get a little confused by Todoroki's comment but pay it not much thought before heading to sleep myself. 4 in the teacher's dorm house Konan Pav. For the last few hours, I have been going over some of the students that have had certain physiological issues growing up and started putting a list of them together to keep myself aware who I may speak with. Knock knock, door is open. The door opens to show Orochimaru walking in. Quite the little overachiever you are, Konan. What do you wish to discuss, Orochimaru? I just wanted to talk about something that interests you. You see, a while back, I had taken a blood sample of both you and Izuku since something was strange with the both of you. He is the only child in this world that we have seen use Kekkei Genkai. And of all the types out there, it was yours. In that moment, I had thrown a paper shuriken at the wall beside him. The water your tread is very deep. I suggest you keep your findings to yourself. He begins to grin knowing that I know what he will say next. Very well, but that may come to the surface one day. He leaves with shutting the door and me remembering his last words. Sigh, I know that for a fact. But I hope you are ready when that day comes, Izuku. Izuku Pav. Beep 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 boom. I wake up to the sound of a blast going off and see Kurama had just released a tailed beast bomb on my alarm clock again. Common Kurama. That's like the 10th this week. It deserved to feel my wrath for waking me. I start to stand up and grab the remains of the alarm to bring it to the garbage. When I turn back, I see Todoroki a little dumbfounded as he looked at Kurama and me. Will this be a normal thing to wake up to? We're working on it. No real progress, but we're working on it. 5 after me and Todoroki get up and get ready. We head down to the common area and hear Kacchan clearly fighting with his toothbrush against germs in his mouth while brushing. Damn stupid germs, die. That's rather loud. I'm glad I didn't get him as a roommate or I may have to pull Kurama off him like 8 times by now. Morning, Izu. I get pulled out of my thought by Ocha wrapping around me and giving me a hug and a good morning kiss. Once we both realize we're making a scene, we both go completely red and step a bit away from each other. Isn't that sweet? So when's the wedding? Wedding. We both shout this with Kurama having enough and going on the couch to sleep. Why, you got it all wrong, Ashido. We aren't anywhere near that. I mean, yes, we're dating, but marriage is a huge step that I'm not sure I can work with yet. In that moment, I picture Ocha in a wedding dress with me next to her in a chapel. I start to smile a little before getting a nosebleed from the thought. Seems somebody is on that topic though. Our pink-skinned classmate points to me and makes me pull myself out of my fantasy to see Ocha really embarrassed. Sorry, it's not that I want that to happen quickly or anything. It's just that I couldn't help but think of you in a wedding dress and... It's okay, Izu. I don't blame you. I kinda had the same thought you did. She turns away with a little bit of blood dripping out of her nose. At least I'm not the only one that's thinking about this. One time skip to the afternoon, the morning classes were rather normal. Other than the hero course classes in the afternoon, the classes taught are rather normal compared to any other high school. We're all waiting in the classroom right now and waiting for our first heroics class to be taught. I look over and see the door slide open with a very familiar face. Coming through the door like a hero. Whoa, All Might is teaching our class. That's so awesome. Oh my god, it really is him. He also has on his Silver Age costume. I start to internally fanboy until I see another person walk in that only me and Ocha know. Mr. Zetsu. Everyone looks at Mr. Zetsu a little confused as to who he is. So who's the Venus flytrap guy? He looks a little weird. He kinda reminds me of the vigilante Kuroshiro Ribbit. Hello Ua. My name is Zetsu and I will be helping All Might teach your class. Our pro-hero friend here may be the greatest hero as of now, but he does lack a bit in the teaching department for fresh minds like yours. Lack? He's pathetic in it. Whoever taught him how to teach should be brought out in the middle of the street and beaten mercilessly. Now don't be rude in front of the kids black. Whatever. 11. Anyway. Today will be your first hero training class and we will be your teachers. Now the first class you will take shall be. All Might brings out a giant flashcard that has the words written in big bold letters. Battle training. But what hero would be complete without their hero costume? All Might presses a button to bring out 20 cases from the wall. After you all are changed, meet us out on ground beta. I grab my costume and start to get really excited about the part that me and Ocha will excel at. Finally, the moment that Ocha and me can show what we can really do. At ground beta, it seems your clothes fit you all rather perfectly. I must agree with you, Zetsu, and you all look super cool. Me and Ocha start running out and get in the group. Yaoyorozu looks back at us with everyone following suit. What took you both so long? Sorry, it took us a little longer to put the gear on than we thought. Imagine the Anbu outfit above with the mask below it and his headband on his arm. At least yours covers what it needs to well. I think I made the seam a little too high up in my design. My butt feels like it's on full display for everyone to see. The little pervert Mineta comes over at this point and looks at Ocha with a smile of happiness. I grab him by the neck and look him in the eyes. You look at my girlfriend like that again and your eyes come out. I toss him to the side and stay behind Ocha to keep that pervert from trying to see her bare skin again. The only one that isn't her that would ever get the right to see her cute tush is me. Wait, why am I thinking this? 4. Now that we all are here, would you kindly start the detailed analysis on what we will do today as All Might? Right. All Might starts reading a flashcard away from us with Mr. Zetsu disappointed and irritated. If you can't do it, then why are you here, Black? Be nice. He isn't used to doing these things. Shut it, White, I'll say what I feel like. Talk about split personality in a metaphorical and literal meaning. Anyway, today we will be doing a 2-on-2 match with one side being heroes and the other villains. Teams and matches will be drawn randomly with choosing heroes or villains the same way. For the hero team to win, you either capture the fake bomb the villains have in their hideout by simply touching it or subdue the villains with capture tape we will give you. For the villain team to win, you could either subdue the heroes in a similar fashion or make the time limit of 5 minutes finish. Any questions? Nobody had an arm raised to Mr. Zetsu's statement. Good, then let's draw lots. Team A. Midoriya and Uraraka. Team B. Shoji and Mineta. Team C. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki. 3. Team D. Ida and Bakugo. Team E. Ashido and Aoyama. Team F. Sato and Koda. Team G. Kaminari and Jiro. Team H. Asui and Tokiyami. Team I. Ojiro and Hagakure. Team J. Kirishima and Kaminari. 4. Looks like we're paired together. Izu. I smile and nod at Ocha with delight. Kinda a shame though. I wanted to see what we could do combining our skills with our classmates. At least we can see how far we can go with our talents. Now for the first match. Team A will be the heroes facing off against Team C. Fuck this. If anyone is taking these losers down in the first training session, it's me. Bakugo. Stop taunting the teachers like this. It is rude. Shut up, 4 Eyes. Me and Ocha watch as Kacchan and Ida go at it with the teachers discussing this. Yaoyorozu walks over with Todoroki to us and watches. Does this always happen with Bakugo? Enough for it not to be a surprise. Should someone get involved and stop them? Nah, just let Bakugo scream one out. When he gets violent is when we'll step in. We watch until the teachers finally stop the debate and make a decision. 2. So we've come up with a solution to this issue. We'll have teams C and D go against Team A knowing their talents. I don't think this will be a one-sided match as much. We will also split Team B between Teams G and I who will face each other. Now, Teams C and D have 1 minute before Team A will enter into the building. Everyone gets to their areas with me and Ocha getting ready to head out. How impudent that the brat got his way. You're telling me. Wait, when did you get here, Kurama? About the time you came running out. Okay then. You mind heading to where everyone else is? Yeah. Kurama walks into the basement of the building where everyone else is that isn't taking the lesson right now. In the building Todoroki Pav. We all walk in to see the fake bomb in front of us. So we have to protect this. I get ready to freeze the building before the match could fully take off before that Bakugo kid shoves me out of the way. I'm dealing with them myself, so you extras stay out of my fucking way. Quite the attitude. I'm amazed Midoriya and Uraraka could deal with him. Bakugo, how powerful are our opponents? You have grown up with them, surely you know what we... Shut the fuck up, Ponytail. It doesn't matter how strong they are, they won't beat me. He storms out of the room with all of us confused. Todoroki, could you make sure he does not cause any trouble? Alright. I walk out and look for Bakugo as for Ida's request until All Might sounds for the battle to begin. In that moment, I freeze the entire building and make my way up to the roof. Knowing that Midoriya can fly, he might attempt to try an entry by the top of the building. I make it to the final floor and see a hole made in my ice. Did they get in some ho chime? Huh? I stop in my sentence when I hear a small chiming like a bell. Was that Uraraka? In an instant, the room disappears and shows nothing but darkness. Congratulations Todoroki. You will be the first to feel the power of my genjutsu. Genjutsu? Consider it like an illusion I can make and am quite talented in. My illusions work on sound. Depending on what tune I play, I can make your brain see or feel things that are not real. For example, chime. The second she makes a bell chime, it felt like a metal pole was wedged in my thigh. Arg. I can make your body feel things that obviously aren't happening to you. But I can also change that feeling to something else if I do more than one. Chime asterisk. Oh. In that moment, it felt like my arms were twisting off my body. And now, for the true danger of my genjutsu. Ladies and gentlemen, Dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy. For as the song played, it felt like my body was being punctured by thousands of needles and torn to bits. The beautiful melody was forcing me to writhe in pain I could only begin to fathom. Once it ended, I found myself back in the building pale and shaking. I looked up to see Uraraka in front of me taking a bow. At that point, I black out and fall to the cold ground. During this Bakugo Pav. Fucking Deku thinks he's better than me to a point of taking me on? I'll fucking prove that I'm the best by taking him down and taking his damned slut after. He's nothing but a loser you'll what? I look over and see Deku in that shitty paper that he has. I try to blow it up, but it disappears. I wanted to try something like this for a while, but never had the opportunity. The voice came from behind me. Leaf Village Secret Finger Jutsu. I only look behind me to see his fingers go up my ass in a very painful way. 1,000 years of pain. Ah. I go flying across the room and hit a wall while clenching my ass. I've always wanted to do that. Preferably to Ocha first in a less painful fashion, but I kinda like this as a second option. What the fuck was that? You just had your fingers up my ass. 44 I get up and prepare to fight him. You're dead. I go for a right hook to be dodged and elbowed in the back. Why you? I go for a second attack to hit him and make Deku turn into water. What the? Ninja art. Water clone jutsu. It allows me to make a perfect copy of me out of water. Die. I hit him with another explosion to have him dodge and grab my arm. Deku throws me into a wall and go through it. Now I got pissed. I looked down and saw my gauntlet was fully charged. You think you're better than me? Then take this, young Bakugo don't. You could actually kill him. He'll be fine as long as he dodges. I pull the pin and send a massive explosion at Deku. Water style. Water Dragon Jutsu. A large amount of water comes out of fucking nowhere and makes what looks like a dragon to fight my attack. Once the smoke clears, I look where the destruction ended to see that I was pushed back. No wah. I stop when a hand grabs my leg and brings me down to my neck in the dirt. Earth style. Headhunter Jutsu. NNGH, I can't move. What did you fucking do? I restrained you. Now I'm going to finish this, but I'll come back to pull you out after. I try and move my body to no success while watching Deku walk away. Get back here, damn it. I'm not done yet. I pull myself as hard as I can to only realize I lost to the fucking nerd even with my strongest blast. Izuku Pav. I meet back up with Ocha at the entrance to the room with the bomb and see her smile a bit. How'd it go for you? Todoroki won't bother us. Same with Kachin. I try and push the door open to see that it's jammed. Damn it. I take my sword out and hand it to Ocha. Care to do the honors? I'm a little short on chakra from one of Kachin's attacks. With pleasure. She grabs the sword and produces fire from her chakra in it. Immediately, she slams the blade into the door and opens it by cutting through the barricade. Once it falls, I send hundreds of papers out to capture Ida and Yaoyorozu with little problem. Permission to secure the bomb, Captain Fuzzy Freckles? Ocha salutes me jokingly with me smiling. Permission granted, bubbly tea girl. Ocha skips over and touches the bomb before All Might makes a booming statement. Hero team wins. In the monitor room, and the MVP of this exercise is young Uraraka. Everyone looked a little surprised that she won instead of me. Let me explain why it is Uraraka. First we have Todoroki and Bakugo who had gone off on their own. Todoroki used a move that hindered one of his allies to fight and greatly slowed down everyone else due to the cold temperatures. Bakugo had set off an attack that destroyed his team's base that he shouldn't have used. Ida and Yaoyorozu, though fought hard to keep a barricade, did very little to do anything as a fail-safe. Midoriya had used much of his energy and made his fight with Bakugo prolonged enough that he could have used in case their final plan was a bust. Uraraka had neutralized Todoroki with very little energy used and as such, was able to avoid any issues regarding a backup plan. Everyone looked at Mr. Zetsu a little surprised, but agreed with him. But all in all, nice work to all of you, don't get cocky you two. A fight that easy rarely comes without a twist in the real world. I bow with Ocha and thank Mr. Zetsu for his suggestions. Now that that is over, could you please tell us who is going next, All Might? Right. Once all the matches went on, nothing very significant happened other than seeing how our classmates handle battle. All Might had to step out near the end, however, to leave Mr. Zetsu to give us some final notes. Nicely done all around. Everyone got to show how strong they were in combat, and injuries weren't bad enough to get brought to the infirmary. With that in mind, I will leave you all for the day. Mr. Zetsu walks away with all of us heading to the changing room to get in our regular uniforms. In the guidance office, Konan Pav. Knock knock, door is open. I look over from my desk to see a very scrawny All Might enter the room. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight since I last saw you. Yeah, a villain got me a few years back, and long story short is that I can't hold my muscle form for more than 3 hours a day. I step away from my computer and motion him to sit. Would you like any tea? Thank you, that's very kind. I hand him a cup of tea and sit across from him. What brings you here? It isn't every day the #1 hero walks into my office. I need advice about something. I take a sip of tea and motion for him to go on. Well, to put it in the best way I can, I have the ability to pass my quirk on to anyone I choose to. I had a decision on a 3rd year to give it to, but I found someone that may use it better and could need it. And who might that be? I take another sip of tea before he answers. Young Midoriya. Peeved. I spit my tea out when he mentions Izuku. Are you alright? Yes. It was a shock when you said that, however. I compose myself before continuing. Why would Midoriya cause this? Sigh, do you remember the incident about 11 months back with the sludge villain? The one that you were tracking? Yes, that one. You see, young Midoriya had defeated the villain once before. He even assisted me in putting him in something to hold him. Once I left, however, he fell out of my pocket and used a hostage to cause danger. I had already passed my limit and could only watch in horror as my failure caused a child to be harmed as such. But without hesitation, young Midoriya and young Uraraka had jumped in and put their lives on the line to save someone they didn't even have to. In my book, that dignifies someone as a worthy hero. So now I am uneasy if I want to give it to him or the 3rd year. I take one more sip of tea and think about it. Why did you wish to see me about this? I am certain that I am not the only one that you could have asked about. Well, it was because you act as a parental figure to him and that I knew the Akatsuki wouldn't train him or young Uraraka if they didn't have any potential. I look at All Might with a calm stare. So you knew I was a member. You wore the same outfit the day I met you as the Akatsuki does and have the same powers. It's kinda hard to not put 2 and 2 together. I sit there for a moment and remember one part he hasn't touched on. Why do you think he would need it? He seems powerful enough as is. Well, because I did a little digging and noticed that you are the only one that has the powers of origami similar to his. You already told me yours is not a quirk, so I am assuming that it is a power similar to his. In a world of quirks, I just want to give someone who will fight for peace a chance to do so. I think about this and stand up. I will tell you when you may ask him if you wish to go this route. But for now just be patient since there is something I must discuss with him as well. I walk towards the door and lead All Might out. Once he leaves, I shut the door and think about All Might's offer for Izuku. Becoming the next successor of All Might's power. Not a bad decision if you wish to do this, Izuku. I smile and suddenly start frowning. If this goes on, I may have to tell you very soon who I really am to you. I feel a small tear run down my cheek knowing that I may have to face my most feared confrontation soon. Izuku Pav. After classes today, we all decided to hang out in the common space. Kacchan was still very annoyed that he lost to me and Ocha today and made it known. Today doesn't count, nerd. You and that flabby bitch of yours are gonna be nothing more than a pebble in my walkway when I'm done with you. He started to storm into the kitchen to get something to eat until everyone looked at us. Is he always like this? Unfortunately. I wrap my arm around Ocha and smile at her. You are in no way flabby to me. I know, but I like hearing you say that. Our classmates looked at us and smiled a bit at our happy image. That is so cute. Midori and Urara, sitting in a tree. Shut it now or feel my wrath. You stupid pink woman. We all glare at Kurama and give an annoyed stare. I hope the other tailed beasts aren't as sassy as you are. For in that second, we hear the door open and Ms. Konan walks in. She looks at me and Ocha and starts to speak. Tomorrow we're training at our usual spot. Pain will meet us there. Wait, you guys are trained by the new guidance counselor? The redhead we know as Kirishima asked this in surprise. Yup. I'm coming with you losers tomorrow, and apparently he heard this. I don't know what kind of shitty training you both do, but I will prove I'm better than you both by wiping the floor with you. Sigh. Very well. Would anyone else like to join in? It isn't mandatory. I would like to know what Uraraka does as training. Mita asterisk ribbit. I'll come as well. It's settled. Meet us in Mustafar Forest tomorrow morning and don't eat breakfast. Ms. Konan walks out with those words spoken to us. The next day in Mustafar Forest, after we all made our way to the forest, we started to wait for the next few minutes until Mr. Payne and Ms. Konan came. It is good to see the both of you again. Mr. Payne. Me and Ocha immediately get up and greet our mentor. How have you been, sir? Quite well, thank you for asking. We get back between Yaoyorozu and Todoroki for our training today to be explained. Today you will be training as teams to capture one of two bells. Bells? Mr. Payne and Ms. Konan hold up two sets of bells. The girls shall train with Konan and the boys shall be with me. Your objective is to try and get these by noon. If you don't, you all will be tied to those stumps behind you while we eat ours. You can come at us with anything and the intent to kill, because if you don't, you won't get the bells. Yaoyorozu raises her hand in confusion. But you both only have two bells. No matter what way it works, one person from both groups will be tied to the stumps. Very perceptive, but that will be an issue you will find out later. All girls come with me and we will begin. All the boys follow me. We start heading into the woods until we were a good distance away from where we were. I believe this is far, D. Kacchan goes barreling at Mr. Payne, who only catches him and holds a kunai to his neck. Patience is a virtue. One must learn when to truly strike and see through deception of his enemies. Next time you wish to attack me, wait until I say start. He lets go of Kacchan and waits until he gets back by us. Start. In an instant, he disappears and leaves nothing but smoke where he was. Guys, we need to work together if we're going to. Shut the hell up, nerd. I don't need your shitty help. Kacchan walks away in an effort to find Mr. Payne. I'm sorry, Midoriya, but fighting side by side may not be the best thing with only 2 slots for 3 people to win. Todoroki walks away as well to leave me on my own. Something tells me this test is more than just grabbing those bells. Ochakopov. Start. Ms. Konan puffs into smoke to leave us confused where she went. Before we do anything, I think this test is more to see how we work together. I think that is what this is about as well. Seemed kinda weird that they want us to work in a group of 3 with only 2 people able to pass. Well, that was easier than I thought. Okay, let's go. We start running into the woods to try and find where Ms. Konan went. Be careful, she can do the same stuff Izuku can. Stay on your toes. As we make it to a clearing, we stop and hide out of Ms. Konan's view. 2. Stealth is one of the most important things a shinobi needs to know. If you are shown to the world, your enemies will catch you. We hide behind a few trees and wait for Ms. Konan to turn her head away from us. Okay, when I give the signal, Yaoyorozu will make some flash grenades. Sue, I need you to tie up Ms. Konan with your tongue during the heat of it. Once she's bound, I'll strike her with an attack that'll stun her for a few seconds. That's when we'll take the bells. An impressive plan, Ochako. But what happens when the enemy sees it coming? We look up slowly and see Ms. Konan sitting on a tree branch. She starts to smirk when dropping a bunch of paper bombs below us. Run! We all charge out of there to the sound of explosions coming behind us. I hope Izu is doing a better job. Meanwhile, Painpov. Stealth is the greatest asset to any shinobi or hero that is making a sneak attack. If one's position is discovered, all your efforts for a surprise attack are in vain. I begin to look around and see Izuku hiding in some dense brush and that Todoroki kid in a bush. Seems they get that. I start to pull out a book my former master wrote and began to read it. I never understood my old master's books when I was young, but I believe I have obtained an interest due to age. In an instant, that Bakugo boy comes charging at me with his yelling being heard a mile away. I evade him and kick him to the ground. I shall be honest. Compared to the others, you're rather headstrong. I'll show you headstrong. He tries to attack me again to meet a similar fate, but into a tree this time. Now I see why Konan hates him with a passion. 6 As I think this, a beam of ice comes at me to be stopped by an almighty push. But when it shattered, several paper bombs inside the ice exploded. Once the dust cleared, a few paper shurikens came at my face and forced me to dodge. I cleared the smoke to see Bakugo no longer there. Nicely done, you two. Making a fake attack to take your comrade out of harm's way. Very sneaky. I begin to hold a smirk at this. Just like I taught you to be, Izuku. I start walking into the woods when Bakugo comes charging in with both his hands pointed at me. He lets loose a dangerously large explosion that pushes me back a bit. As he goes for a bell, however, he falls for a substitution jutsu and allows me to leave him there screaming in anger. I enter into a clearing where Izuku and Todoroki are standing in. Seems you have forgotten the most important rule of stealth, Izuku. He charges at me with Todoroki for me to grab them and throw them into one another. However, I noticed that they were only paper clones with several papers coming at me when they dispersed. I found myself immobile for a few seconds with some binding seals and the bells completely shown to them. Now Todoroki. They both come out of the bushes and charge at me. Once they reach the bells, however, a large explosion comes at all three of us. If anyone is getting those fucking bells, it's me. I watch as Izuku tries to reason with the fool to no effort. Kachin, this isn't the greatest time to do this. We almost had them. Shut up, shitty deku. The only people that can pass here are those that get one of the two bells right. Don't do this, Kachin. He holds his hands up at Todoroki and Izuku. Then the only definite way I can pass is by fucking dropping one of you here and now. He says this with quite a bit of anger. Bakugo blows off multiple explosions with Izuku and Todoroki trying to dodge. Are you out of your mind, Bakugo? Shut it, icy hot. I'll win this and prove that I'm better than all of you. I had enough of his mouth and antics and knocked him out. Konanpov. I start reading some recent material for my field on a rock while waiting for them to attack. Seems they're trying another sneak attack. In that moment, I hear a cannon be fired in 3 different directions at me. It had released a smokescreen and clouded my judgment. Now, I look around and find a tongue grabbing my arm. I try and take the tongue off, but in the moments following another tongue grabbed me. Yaoyorozu, now's our chance. Ochako and Yaoyorozu has come out of the smoke on both sides of me and grabbed the bells. Not bad of a plan. You used Yaoyorozu's creation quirk to blind my sight so I would not see Asui, and a clone transformed into her grabbed my arms. All when you and Yaoyorozu used the smoke cover to grab the bells when I could not move. Quick-witted as always, Ochako. No wonder I like you around, Izuku. Ochako Pov. After we got the bells, we headed back to the area we all split up from. When we got there, we saw the boys already finished with Bakugo on a stump. Izu. How did you guys do? He smiles and holds a bell up to prove he passed. How did it go on your part, Pain? Bakugo completely missed the whole point of the lesson. He even attempted to attack his own teammates, so I tied him up and he definitely won't be getting lunch. I see Ms. Konan look at Bakugo with anger. Izuku, could you explain to everyone what you thought the point of this lesson was? Izu thinks hard on Mr. Pain's question and then answers. I think this test was meant to see how well people would work together with the false indication of one failing. If you ask me, this test was fishy from the start. You said we were working together in this with only 2 slots for victory out of 3 people. I can't say for Ms. Konan with the girls, but you weren't fighting us seriously, sir. If you were, none of us would have gotten a bell. But you didn't make it easy for us to get them alone. So my best guess was that the bells weren't what meant you passed or failed. They were just the carrot on the stick for us. The real determining factor was how well we worked together. Correct. Very rarely will shinobi or heroes work alone. Heroes have people to control the crowds, transport the villains, and many other fashions. They never work all parts alone. Capture and rescue for them is a multi-person job. As future heroes, I wanted you all to learn that you all are noting more than just one part of a giant machine. Doing things alone only causes more complications for you than needed. Mr. Pain looks at Bakugo while saying this. WHO gives a shit about some losers that wouldn't be able to do what I can do. I'm telling you this because you refused to learn this while going after the people you should have worked with. If you would have helped Izuku and Todoroki fight me instead of doing it on your own, maybe you wouldn't be the one tied to the stump right now. Mr. Pain glares at him with a distant look, with Bakugo holding an even stronger glare of anger. Since the girls had learned this, they all passed along with Izuku and Todoroki since they understood and worked with one another. You, Bakugo, will be watched by someone we know for the next few hours until we finish lunch. Maybe going hungry for most of the day will teach you something about that ego of yours. We leave with Bakugo just swearing at us and shouting in anger as he can't move an inch. Itachi Pav. 2. I walk over to the stump to find a rather angry boy that fit that Bakugo kid's description, tied up and yelling profanity. I'll get you back for this fucking deku. I'll get you, your flabby ass bitch, and those asshole teachers of yours. You hear me? Such a loud mouth you have. Would you mind keeping it down to not disturb the ecosystem here? Shut up, you emo-looking freak. I get a bit agitated when hearing this and sit by the stump next to his. So how did you get here? That asshole teacher of Deku's knocked me out and made me lose my shot at getting the fucking bells. So they did the bell training? That's a great way to see how teamwork between people works. He only scoffs at me and avoids my gaze. Sai, what were you doing before being knocked out? I tried to make sure I could keep a bell from those fucking extras, and the next I knew, I was knocked out. What did you do to keep a bell from the extras? I pushed them back with my explosions. I get a bit irritated at the boy's response. So you attacked your own comrades? I don't need comrades. I could have gotten the bell on my own. No. The test is made so doing it alone is impossible. The bells are a decoy to make you think the only way to pass is by getting them. In reality, the real goal is to see if your teamwork could manage to beat a certain level of skill that you could not at that point alone. He ignores me and tries to move out of the restraints. You're not getting out of them without help. Screw you, emo. I don't need anyone's shitty help. You remind me of a group long ago that was so confident in themselves that they refused to accept the situation they were in and make the most of it. He looked over at me with a look as to say he's listening. Long ago, there was a clan known as the Uchihas. They were a very proud group of people that refused help from anyone. Even their own village that they were part of. Over the course of several decades, the Uchihas had forced the hand of the village to a state of either accept their demands or risk a battle with them. In the end, the village had no choice and snuffed all but 2 Uchihas in the cover of one night. Why were the 2 spared? The first was the one that killed the entire clan. He butchered every member to help keep peace in the village. He did this knowing that there was no other option left and did it for the welfare of everyone and not just his clan. The other was his younger brother. He was oblivious to everything that is happening and was pure in a sense to all this. So the older brother made a plea for his brother's life to the village head. He would do the killing and take all the hate for his clan himself if his brother would be spared. The head agreed. Bakugo had stayed silent. Believe me when I say that the older brother took no pride in doing this. He did not desire this, nor did he enjoy the fact things went to this state. But he knew that if he didn't, his brother would be persecuted for something he had no actual part in. I stand up and start looking at the sky. What I am trying to say is, pride is a good thing to have and is a nice thing to have in oneself. But knowing when you should take that pride and swallow it is just as important. What happened to the brothers in the end? The younger lived in the village oblivious to what his clan had done and resented the older brother for what he did not, knowing he was spared due to the brother's plea. The older brother had worn his shame on him and became rogue, never to be heard from in the light again. We sat there silently at that point, knowing my tale and how I came to be in the Akatsuki. My mind starts to drift to my brother and think of how his life had gone. I hope you grew up to be a strong and dependable man, Sasuke. Izuku Pav. Do you have a good feel on what you felt before? Yeah. Do it then. Today I was going to try for the first time since the entrance exam to summon another tailed beast. On standby was Ms. Konan, Mr. Pain, Mr. Zetsu, and Mr. Orochimaru in case something bad happened. Started to remember the feeling of what happened during the entrance exams when Ocha was about to be crushed by the zero-pointer. The sheer rage for the thing and fear about her being hurt flooded my head as I bit down on my thumb and started making hand signs. Summoning jutsu. I slammed my hand down on the ground for a giant puff of smoke to happen. Once it cleared, a giant creature was seen glaring down at me. Holy crap, I did it. The thing looked down at me with Kurama walking in front of me. Been a while, Shukaku. Kurama. Where the hell am I? Back in the human world. Can you change your size to something a little smaller to talk to? These people don't like us being our normal size because of how we look to the public. The tailed beast known as Shukaku held an agitated expression until answering, "Oh, all right. Just give me a second." Another giant puff of smoke happened with Shukaku until I looked down and saw he was the same size as Kurama. 9. So I'm guessing this guy is the one that summoned me? Why, yes. My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Shukaku. He turns his head and looks at me confused. Why are you stuttering? You get used to it. Kurama jumps on my head and gets himself comfy. Now let's go home so I can sleep on your bed. Do you do anything other than sleep on my bed? Kurama ignores me and goes to sleep. Like I'm hanging out with you guys. I'm out of her. You're not going anywhere unsupervised. Ms. Konan picks Shukaku up and carries him with me to the dorms. Let me go, you crazy bitch. I see Ms. Konan give him an angered glare before replying to him. If I was planning to let you go before getting to the dorms, you officially took that chance away now. We head to the dorms with both tailed beasts in hand. One at the dorms. We're back. Hey Izu, how'd it go? Ocha walks up to us with Ashido and Yaoyorozu behind her. You can let him go now, Ms. Konan. She lets Shukaku go and has him drop to the floor. Ow. That hurt, you crazy bitch. Shukaku looks over to see the girls and has an irritated expression. Oh great, more crazy bitcha OWWW. I step on Shukaku's tail when he tries to call Ocha a crazy bitch. I dare you to say that again. Just accept it, Shukaku. You're stuck here for now. Grr, fine. But I won't like it. Shukaku walks over and relaxes on the table to make himself comfy. So what exactly are Kurama and whatever that thing was called? It's Shukaku, you big-titted cow. I had a lazy fox before, now I have a rude sand gremlin. Can't I get a normal acting tailed beast? Shukaku and Kurama are what's called tailed beasts. 9 sentient beings made of energy called chakra that me and Ocha use to do those jutsus we use. The major difference with them though is that they're made of a heavy amounts of it that it's kinda crazy how much. Dang. You're telling us, Mina, Ashido. So why are they here? To make a long story short, Kurama wants me to summon the tailed beasts back into the world. They don't care that the world is populated mostly by humans and that they're relics of the past. They just want to live their lives back in this world. Ashido and Yaoyorozu seem to understand this but question the size of them. They're way bigger in their actual form. They look at Ocha confused. This isn't their real form. Here's what Shukaku looks like in his actual form. Ms. Konan brings up a picture of Shukaku before he went down to fun size. Both their eyes widen at the amazing stature of the being. You gotta be kidding. Will you shut up? I'm trying to sleep. We all quiet down for Kurama to not yell at us again. So you have to summon 7 more of these things? Yeah. I start to get a little lightheaded and stumble into Ocha's arms. Midoriya, are you alright? Yeah, it just takes a lot of energy out of me to summon one of these guys. Sorry about this, Ocha. It's okay. I kinda like the fact you fell into my arms. There was a sudden silence in the room until Ashido commented. I didn't know you were into that kinda stuff, Urara. We both go entirely red at this and start panicking while trying to fix ourselves. It's nothing like that. Ha ha, now I see why Kurama sticks around. You lot are annoying, but you are entertaining. I start to close my eyes in exhaustion to say Mr. Pain walk in and pick my semi-conscious body up to take me to my room. Several hours later, Konan Pav. After Izuku rested for a few hours, he regained consciousness and started about his normal life. Pain had left after putting Izuku in his bed to rest with the other Akatsuki members following him. I decided to stay at the dorms to help keep an eye over Shukaku with Aizawa. Compared to Kurama, this tailed beast seemed to be more rebellious. Right now, all the members of Class A are in the common room doing whatever they thought of doing today until Ishido seemed to get an idea. Gaze, let's play truth or dare. Screw you raccoon eyes. I'll be in my room. Bakugo had left to go into his room with a prominent scowl on his face. Is he normally like that? I am afraid so. Shukaku. Anyone else not wanna play? No others had objections and decided to go along with it. Alright then, let's play. They all made a large circle with Ishido going first. Urara, truth or dare? Dare. I dare you to sit on Midori's lap. Everyone started to make noise hearing this, with both being rather composed. Ochako gets up and makes herself comfy on Izuku's lap with a happy expression. I would have done this even if I wasn't dared. Ah, that's so cute. Okay Asui, truth or dare? Truth. You said your quirk allows you to do things a frog can do, but does it also make you an amphibian? Not really, I can just swim faster in the water than most people. Toru, truth or dare? Dare. I dare you to pick Kurama up off the couch and hug him like a stuffed animal. This could get ugly. Hagakure went over to Kurama slowly and reached for him. You touch me human, you will die a slow and painful death. I could swear I started to see sweat come off the invisible girl as she slowly walked back to where she was. 1. Oh okay Shiro, truth or dare? Dare. I dare you to put an alarm on your phone next to Kurama and have it go off to see what he does. Shiro starts to get up before Izuku grabbed his arm. Unless you wanna lose your phone or any of you wanna see how big Kurama really is, I recommend we stop trying to tick him off. Everyone agreed to this, with Kurama holding a smirk on his face. Mineta, truth or dare? Dare. I dare you to see what you can do to Uraraka before Midoriya stops you. Single quote. This may be this child's last decision ever made. I watch as the little pervert walks over and looks to reach out for Ochako before a paper comes in front of him. Take an inch closer to her, pervert, and your face gets blown off. Mineta went back to where he sat with Izuku hugging Ochako in a way of showing she is his woman. Midoriya, truth or dare? Knowing this one will have less repercussions with you, truth. What the hell is your relationship with the guidance counselor? Quote. PFF'd. I do a spit take of my tea as Mineta yells this. She's mine and Ocha's teacher. Bullshit. You leave a sexy woman like that unclaimed for Uraraka. You have to be screwing her or something. Oh my god, I'm gonna be sick. I hold back the urge to vomit after hearing Mineta say this. That's gross. I look at her and Mr. Pain like family. Thinking that makes me physically sick to my stomach. Get your mind out of the gutter, perv. Oh, the irony in Izuku's words. 2. Come to think of it, Ms. Konan does have your quirk ribbit. Yeah, weird ones like yours just don't randomly happen without much blood lineage. Maybe you're both aunt and nephew or something. Maybe she is part of your real family. Izu. Real family. Everyone looked at Izuku and Ochako for an explanation. I'm adopted, so that idea isn't too far gone. My mom found me in an alley when I was a baby and decided to adopt me as her own. Oh no, he's gonna find out. I doubt we're related though, but it is a possibility. Thank you for my son obtaining Yahiko's ignorance. I sit down and sigh at this before Aizawa gives me a drink. Don't know why, but you look like you could use it. I take the drink and have about half of it before my memory starts to get fuzzy with my deep-rooted emotions flooding my head. 1. Izuku Pav. My turn. Now who should I ask? I think for a few seconds until I felt hands over my head. Yahiko, I'm Shoei. Ms. Konan. Yahiko. Forgwive Konan. Konan ish Soe sweg wave away our baby. Nagato swayed SWE had too. I look up and see Ms. Konan bawling her eyes out begging for forgiveness to me, thinking I'm someone named Yahiko. Ms. Konan, I'm not this Yahiko guy. Forgive Konan please Yahiko. Konan ish sorry. Konan did not mean to GWIVE him away. Konan did now want that. Konan is a mom. I knew that your relationship was more than a teacher. I grabbing Uraraka's fine ass now. 7. He tries to get close to us with me putting another paper bomb up. Try it and see what happens, pervert. He backs away with Ms. Konan bawling harder. My baby. How could I let go of my baby like that? I'm a horrible woman for letting go of my precious baby like that. Do either of you know why Ms. Konan is crying and hugging Midori like that? Ocha looks and is beyond surprised at the actions that are happening. I can't even tell you why. I try and get out of Ms. Konan's grasp for her to hold me tighter and sob right into my ear. Sui washa be wetter mom than me. Sui would never let him GWO. She, him, Ms. Konan, what are you talking about? She stops hugging me and looks me in the eyes with a face showing wrong. Izuku, Blue-reek. Ms. Konan started to throw up all over me. God, someone help me out here. Kirishima and Sato pull Ms. Konan off me to show she passed out. Ocha, can you and the girls help get Ms. Konan an ice pack and some water while I clean up? No problem. I grab some cleaning stuff and a few other things and clean up the mess. Ocha and the girls grab some ice and some medicine for Ms. Konan for when she wakes up. That was weird. What was that about a baby and this Yahiko guy? Did Ms. Konan have a family before the Akatsuki? Few hours later, after everything was clean and Ms. Konan was asleep on the couch, I sat on the couch beside her until she started to wake up. What happened? You passed out after Mr. Aizawa gave you a drink. I remember the drink, but one should not get me blackout drunk. He said he takes some stronger alcohol and didn't think you would be that affected. That would explain it. She gets up and I pass her some medicine and water to help with a headache she may have. If I did anything during my little time lapse, I apologize. Nothing worse than you throwing up on me happened. But you were crying and calling me someone named Yahiko for some reason. Ms. Konan's face went pale when I mentioned this Yahiko person. Did I say anything else? Some stuff about a baby you had with him and how you left him with someone. Other than that, you were mainly crying. I see Ms. Konan hold a pained look on her face. I wanted to know who the baby and the person was for some reason. Maybe I could find out why she was hugging me like that. Ms. Konan, who is this Yahiko per? I have to go. Thank you for helping me. She gets up and makes her way to the door. She stops right before opening it and looks at me. It would be best if you forget what I said. All I said were things I can never take back or forgive myself for that you should not concern yourself with. She exits the building and heads to the teacher's dorms with me completely confused about everything that happened. What was that about? Konan Pav, what did I just do? I start ranting to myself the second I'm certain Izuku can't hear me. He's bound to know something is wrong after hearing this and me running away after saying it. How can I be so stupid? I start yelling to a point I sounded like Mitsuki's kid. After about a minute of shouting, I fell to my knees and held my pant legs. I can't do this anymore. I need to tell him or get out of his life. I don't think I can keep the secret from my own son anymore. I can't take it anymore. It was bad enough that I left him in the first place. But now, I think I'll lose my mind if things keep going this way. I start to tear up knowing I can't live like this anymore. Ironic since you help with insanity. I look up and notice that Aizawa was standing some distance away. Why are you here? I came to apologize about the drink. But now I also wanna ask a question. What is your purpose of not telling Midoriya you're his mother? I begin to stand up and look at Aizawa. It's hard enough for him knowing his mother gave him up. How hard do you think it will be on him if he finds out the teacher that taught him almost everything he knows since he was a child is actually his biological mother? He averts my gaze for me to walk past him. He's gonna find out one day. He's dense, but he's not stupid. It would be better coming from your mouth than someone else's. I stop and know just how bad things could be with him not learning it from me. I will tell him when the time is right. But right now I cannot. Keep telling yourself that, but the longer you wait, the harder it will be on you both. Sigh, I know. I need to ask Pain if I can tell him soon. I walk away into the faculty dorms to get some rest for tomorrow. Izuku Pav. The day after the incident at the dorms, I tried to go find Ms. Konan before classes to only be met with the knowledge that she won't be back until the afternoon. I eventually gave up and walked to class. I didn't know why, but I had to know what she was going to say the other night to me. If I could find out, maybe that can clear some air between all of us. I hope she got home all right. Good morning, class. Mr. Aizawa walks in with his tired expression and gets to the podium. I looked over the battle training records and am satisfied for the most part. He looks over at Todoroki and Kacchan. Todoroki, you have power and plenty of it for a fact. But you need to understand the importance of teamwork. Not every incident will be able to have you freeze everything and say it'll be fine. Todoroki looks down and nods. Yes sir, I think the training during the weekend may have helped him understand that. Bakugo, you have talent and skills without a doubt. But that attitude of yours is what needs a severe adjustment. Learn to keep your ego in check, or it will end in your downfall. Kacchan only scoffs while hearing this. On to the next issue. This will affect your days here at UA. Everyone starts having a nervous look thinking it was another test where someone will get expelled at the end. You need to pick a class representative and vice representative. Good, it's just normal school stuff. Everyone sighs while saying this at the fact this isn't like the last thing he made us do. I wanna be class representative. Pick me, as your class rep. I will make sure the girls' skirts show at least 30 centimeters of T-boom. Everyone looks over to see Shukaku send a tailed beast bomb close enough to the pervert to have him feel the power. Show some damned restraint, you annoying grape brat. He walks back to my desk and lays down on it. Why did he have to instigate? This is literally getting us nowhere. Can someone at least think of a better idea than just saying they want to be it? I propose we do a vote. I look over to Ida who made the idea. Why? You know most people are gonna vote for themselves. We barely know each other. That is what makes this the most logical way to do it. Those who have made an appearance to other have done something to deserve it and are worthy of the title in my opinion. Not a bad idea, human. I like it. I look up to see Kurama smirking on my head. Once we all voted and the votes were tallied, I won with 5 votes and Ocha got second with 4. How did I get 5 votes? I didn't even vote for myself. I held an amazed look while Kacchan started shouting. All right, WHO voted for the losers. Fess up. I saw a bunch of people whistle while this was said, having a good idea who voted for us. So it's settled. Midoriya is the class representative and Uraraka is the vice. That concludes homeroom. Mr. Aizawa walked out of the room with a look as if he needed a lot of sleep after this before present Mike came in for our normal classes. A few hours later, Konan Pav. I was called in to discuss some matters with Principal Nezu the second I came back to the campus. What did you wish to discuss, sir? I look at a desk with a cat, bear, dog hybrid behind it. I would like to discuss your relationship with the students of Class 1A. Izuku, Midoriya and Ochako Uraraka to be more precise. I had trained them with my allies since they were 4. I look at them in a way a teacher looks at a student and offer advice when they need it. I only wish to keep them safe and help them grow. You can drop the facade, Angel. I already know about the vigilante group known as the Akatsuki and your real relationship with Midoriya. I go pale for a moment when he mentions the Akatsuki and Izuku's relationship with me. Who told you this, sir? I had Aizawa tell me. Don't you think it's best for Izuku to learn the truth? Perhaps even tell him why you gave him up. Sai, you do know what the Akatsuki do, right? I am aware. So you are aware why I had to give him up. If he were to have stayed with us, I could not guarantee his protection as his mother. But how do you explain that to a child you gave away and hurt so badly to their face? These answers are never easy, Konan, but they are important when it comes to life. But refusing to tell him after what you had done the other night may cause more harm than good. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize for my actions and will not drink in front of students again. I understand it wasn't. Aizawa said he was partly to blame. But you did tell him things that made him search for you this morning. He is confused at this and needs your help. If you wait any longer to tell him, this may hurt him more than telling him. I did have plans to tell him later today after his class's trip to the USJ. When he comes back, I shall tell Midoriya the truth. That is good to hear since All Might still needs to ask him something. We start to hear alarms go off with Nezu having a surprised look on his face. It seems someone has infiltrated UA. I shall head out to find them. I walk out of the office to make my way down to the commotion to find out what is happening. Meanwhile, Izuku, Pav, Ocha, you know what to do, right? After the alarms rang and we found out it was a person on the grounds, We ran to the halls to find a madhouse of people. I looked over to the window and saw it was only the press. To try and calm people down, me and Ocha used chakra to run on the walls and get in front of people. Hey, it's okay. It's only the press. Just relax and go back to classes calmly, please. Thanks to our quick thinking, we were able to stop everyone and head back to class. Once we were back and sitting, Mr. Aizawa came in to discuss with us what we're doing for the heroics class today. Today we will be taking a trip to the USJ for rescue training. As heroes, you need to learn how to use your quirks for helping people as a given. The apprehension test was to teach you all your limits with your quirks. The first heroics class was to show how your quirks can be dangerous if used against another person. This class will be to show you how to use them to help those in need. Now get your costumes and meet me outside by the buses. Mr. Aizawa presses a button and brings out our costumes for us to change into. Once we changed, we made our way out to the buses and began waiting for everyone. Should we have everyone sit in their seat order? It shouldn't be a problem if everyone sits where they want. If there's an issue, we'll do it next time. Ocha and me started to wait by the wall with Kurama and Shukaku until everyone came and started to board the bus. Me and Ocha sat down with Kirishima and Asui next to us. Midoriya, what's your quirk? My quirk? Well, Asui, call me Sue. I get interrupted by Asui wanting me to call her Sue. Well, it's not actually a quirk. Everyone looks at me a bit surprised. You see, it's what's called a keke genkai. A technique that can only be passed on by blood lineage. It works kinda like a quirk, but it's not. So the chances that you and Ms. Konan are related aren't possible. It's not impossible. She said her power is keke genkai as well. Why the fuck do any of you care about that useless shit? Deku and his stupid bitch are still no better than me. If that training fight was the real thing, you would have died over a dozen times before you gave your first attack. Shinobi are trained with the method to kill without being noticed. If Izuku went to kill, he could have destroyed the building with you in it, put a kunai to your throat, or sliced you in half with a wind chakra-infused sword like it was nothing. If he wanted to, you would have been long dead before you had the chance of seeing him. Kacchan only got angrier before trying to say something to Kurama. What, do you have something to say? Kurama started to let out so much killer intent, that even Mr. Aizawa was starting to go pale. Kacchan sat back down with Kurama holding a smug look on his face. Didn't think so. Once we arrived at the USJ, we were greeted by the Space Hero 13 and Mr. Orochimaru. Hello Class 1A, I'm 13 and I shall be helping you today with your training. As am I. You can call me Orochimaru. I look over and see Ocha barely able to hold in her excitement for being taught today by 13. Woohoo! 13 is one of my most favorite heroes. She starts to pump her fists in the air in excitement. Now, this place was created to train young aspiring heroes like yourselves for natural disasters and such without the need to go into them. As such, this place is called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or more commonly known as the USJ. Just like the Universal Studios of Japan. Me and a few others thought this while entering the facility. Me and Ocha walked over to Mr. Orochimaru to ask about Ms. Konan. Excuse me sir, but do you know what happened to Ms. Konan that made her have to leave campus today? Mr. Orochimaru had a scared look on his face when I asked this. I am not at liberty to say anything without the threat of bees in my bed. You will find out soon enough. I stopped asking knowing how much he hates bees and decided to wait until I saw her next. Look up the scenes Orochimaru was in during the last few episodes of Naruto to get this gag. Cool, they even have fake villains here. I look over to see a giant portal open with a bunch of people coming out. Those aren't fake villains, they're the real deal. In that moment, Mr. Aizawa jumps down the stairs to attack them. A man covered in hands stats proclaiming his group when the last villain gets out. Hello heroes. We are the League of Villains, and we're here to kill All Might. 3. This doesn't look good. Can any of you contact the school? Mr. Orochimaru looks around for nobody to have any success. Izuku, can anyone get over to the school quickly to tell them what's going on? Ida, run as fast as you can to the school, tell them what's happening. I cannot leave you all here, don't consider it leaving. Think of it as calling for reinforcements. Right now, only you can do this kid. So hurry before something worse happens. Ida hears Mr. Orochimaru's statement and tries to run to the door. He's stopped though by a man made of black mist. Hello, we are the League of Villains. We have come to kill All Might, but it seems he is not here. Might you tell us where he is? Kacchan and Kirishima try to attack him to only miss and to be trapped in mist. It seems that you all are not going to be as forthcoming. Now, disperse. The mist being tries to divide us for me to instinctively grab Kurama and Shukaku in an attempt to prevent them from being separated from me. Once we were encased, I found myself falling into water. I used my origami to create wings to fly over to a boat. When we were on the boat, I noticed that Asui and Mineta were transported here as well. Midoriya, do you know what's going on? Not a clue, but it looks like we're in the flood zone of the USJ. I look around while Mineta was panicking with Shukaku literally tail slapping sense back into him. Seems we have villains in the water waiting for us to fall in. They're not attacking, but knew All Might was gonna be here. Is it possible they know of the syllabus but not us? They could have gotten it when the alarm was going off earlier. Kurama, what did I tell you about reading my thoughts? I'm just pointing out the obvious. I think for a second and have an idea what to do, Asui. Call me Sue. Sorry. I have an idea, but it depends on how far you can jump carrying Mineta. I'd say, a little under halfway to the shore. I sigh in frustration since the plan wouldn't work so well now. Not an answer I wanted, but maybe it can still work if I time it right. On instinct, I hear a familiar shout. Water style, water shark bomb jutsu. I look over and see Mr. Kisame fighting some of the villains. He noticed us and started running to the boat. He's coming right for us. How can he walk on water? Relax Mineta, he's a friend. They both look at me surprised. Once Mr. Kisame gets on the boat he looks over and smiles at me. Hey Izuku, fancy meeting you here. Mr. Kisame, how did you get to the USJ? That's where I am. Guess those thugs weren't blowing smoke up my ass when they said they were coming here. Asui and Mineta look amazed at Mr. Kisame while we speak. What? I got a hickey or something. Who are you? Mineta shouted this with me completely forgetting they never met him. The name's Kisame Hoshigaki. I'm one of the people that helped train Izuku and Ochako. So you're like Ms. Konan and Mr. Pain Ribbit, more or less Asui. How do you, Konan and Zetsu talked about you all. They're not necessarily fans of you Mineta. Mr. Kisame gets up and looks out. Izuku, I'm gonna hold these guys off while you all make a break for it. No way. I'm not leaving you here. You don't have to worry about me. These guys are nothing more than a bunch of low-class villains. Nothing the shark of the Akatsuki can't handle. I saw his mind was set and reluctantly accepted my teacher's action. Everyone hold on. Wait, that guy said he was shark. He's a vigilante from the Akatsuki. I ignore Mineta and hold on to both him and Asui. Kurama and Shukaku jumped on me as we flew out of the area. No way you're getting away kid. A villain tries to attack us to only be met with Samahata to the face. Don't confuse yourself. Your opponent is me and me alone. I fly away to Mr. Kisame fighting the villains alone. Don't die on me Mr. Kisame. I still want to learn so much from you and the other Akatsuki members. Meanwhile Ochako Pav. Ida, go now. I tell Ida to run out the door after putting the mist villain in an illusion with my genjutsu. Now for some answers. How did you plan to kill All Might? Mr. Orochimaru asks the villain this in an attempt for answers. He remained silent. Give him a little sound therapy Ochako. I ring a bell to make him feel needles enter into his body. NNNNNNGGGHHHH, I'll ask again. How did you plan to kill All Might? The Nomu down there. It was created to be the anti-symbol of peace. It was made with quirks strong enough to kill him. Made? I look down to see a giant bird thing pummel Mr. Aizawa into the ground. I feel a great deal of rage enter me before seeing Izu by the side. You better hope that thing lives up to its expectations. I watch carefully as things transpire down below. Izuku Pav. When we finally got on dry land, Asui stopped me and wanted questions. Midoriya, how do you and Ochako know a person from the Akatsuki? I stayed silent for a second, because we were trained by the entire group. Both looked at me confused until Sue put the pieces together. So Ms. Konan, Mr. Zetsu, Mr. Orochimaru and Mr. Pain are members as well? I nod before saying anything. Don't tell anyone please. I want to help them keep this a secret. If they do want to say who they are, they'll tell it. Asui understands this and stops asking. When we get to the shore, we saw the after effects of Mr. Aizawa's stand. 3 Me, Asui, Mineta, and the tailed beasts watch in horror as Mr. Aizawa gets beaten bloody. At one point, I could almost argue I heard a crack when his face hit the ground. I can't watch this anymore. I get ready to go in before Asui grabs my arm. I don't think that's a good idea, Midoriya. I can't just sit here and watch our teacher get beaten like this. I understand that, but what can we do? I think for a second and consider trying to summon another tailed beast. Maybe we can scare them to stop, or maybe make a crazy strong whirlpool. I try to think of these things through while the hand villain him goes for Asui. I didn't know why, but his hands concerned me. I started to make a bunch of paper bombs and threw them at the man. As they went off, a massive explosion was happening. You want to hurt my teacher and friends, you deserve whatever comes to you. Did you kill him? No, they were in areas that don't have vitals. He'll live, just not pleasantly anymore. Once the smoke clears, the giant birdman was in front of the blue-haired man with chunks of flesh missing. That's a little gross. I get disgusted a bit until the thing grows back the missing chunks like it was nothing. But how did he? Nomu has hyper-speed regeneration. That attack did nothing but slow him down. But now you've pissed me off, kid. Nomu. Kill the boy. The monster named Nomu starts charging at me with intent to kill. I prepare to block it until I hear explosions come out the front door. Once the smoke clears, Mr. Zetsu, Mr. Pain, and Ms. Nonan walk into the facility and look at what's happening. Great, unwanted gamers. Ms. Konan sees the villains and me before getting severely angry. Holy crap, that's a new one to see on her face. I didn't even think Ms. Konan could make such an angry face. Just who the hell are you fools anyway? Ms. Konan hears this and points at herself while yelling. Pissed. Few minutes before the attack, Konan Pav. Once I had went to their homes, I had found Ochako wrapped around Izuku like he was the most precious thing she could ever have. Ah, isn't that adorable? Must be nice to be young and in love. I start to tell Nezu about some adorable stories about Izuku and Ochako when they were 6 after the incident with the news reporters had been dispersed. So what happened after? I attempted to pull them apart for Ochako to only latch onto Izuku tighter. She even spoke in her sleep calling him hers. We start to laugh a bit at the image of them wrapped around each other sleeping soundly. I start to get a call from Pain and answer my phone. I'm sorry, one moment sir. Hello? Konan. There's a problem. And what might that be? Izuku and his class may be in danger. I hear this and create wings almost instantaneously. Principal Nezu, get the staff together and head to the USJ right now. The lives of the students may be at risk. I do not wait for Nezu's answer and fly out his window in the direction of the USJ. Pain, are you still there? I am. How do you know this? Our members had found some villains that said they were to be teleported there to kill All Might. I do not know how true this is, but I am heading to the entrance with Zetsu now to make certain. Wait for me. I'll be there in a moment. I hang up and see Ida running as fast as he can. Izuku or Ochako must have told him to escape for help. Good thinking on their part. Please Izuku, just stay safe. I don't care how, just don't get hurt. Once I get to the front of the USJ, I am met by Pain and Zetsu. I immediately go to the door and place a paper bomb on it. Once it blows, the doors are blown off to show a giant beast about to attack Izuku. It stops while a man with hands looking at me. Great, unwanted gamers. I felt an uncontrollable rage inside me when I saw this and desired nothing more than to make the monsters responsible for wanting to do harm to my son pay. Just who the hell are you fools anyway? I point my thumb at me and shout with all my might. Pissed? I begin to walk down the steps with Ashido trying to walk towards us. Hey, be care, stay back Ashido. I don't think we should get in her way. Ochako holds Ashido back with a bit of fear in her eyes. Konan, that thing with the brain showing was supposedly made to kill All Might. They called it a Nomu. I crack my knuckles and sadistically smile. Good. If it was any weaker, it would be a waste of my efforts to make it feel all the pain I want to inflict on it. I take a scroll out and make my Akatsuki cloak come out. You called this on yourself, villain, the second you came after children. Do not blame me for what happens next. 2 third-person Pav. Orochimaru sees Konan pull her cloak out and holds an agitated look. Damn it all. He takes a scroll out and uses it to bring his out. You know there's going to be a lot of explaining to do after this, right Pain? I am fully aware. But we will burn that bridge when we come to it. Pain, Zetsu, and Orochimaru join Konan down at the bottom of the stairs. Mr. Zetsu, Mr. Pain, and Ms. Konan. What are they doing here? Izuku comes out of his daze when he sees two bird creatures come at the creature known as Nomu. Everyone get back. Izuku grabs the tailed beasts and his two classmates before an explosion was made at the creature. Midoriya, what was that? Izuku my man, what's up? Izuku looks over to find Deidara on a clay bird with Ojiro. Do you have any idea how close that was, Mr. Deidara? You could have hurt someone. Relax, I was aware the entire time. He laughs it off with and is cut off by Nomu attacking and bringing down his art with them avoiding injury at the last second. Damn this thing. Woohoo. Out of nowhere, Hidan comes out and slashes off one of the monster's arms with Bakugo and Kirishima behind him. Guess it wasn't as tough as it looked. Hidan looks down to see a fist completely through his stomach and him coughing blood up. Everyone but the Akatsuki, Izuku, and Ochako look in horror until he shouts. That hurts, damn it. He's alive. This was the thought going through many people's minds as they see this. Do you honestly wish to give children heart attacks? A fist comes at the Nomu's face from what looked like it was on threads. The hand returns to its owner to show it to be Kakazu with Tokiyami and Koda. Yeah. Big talk coming from Mr. Frankenstein. They start to bicker a bit before the Nomu comes at them again to be met with a cube made of iron sand at them. Now's not the time to be bickering like 5-year-olds. Sasori had now made his appearance with Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Kaminari safe and sound. Amaterasu. The Nomu had suddenly caught fire by a strange black flame. Many looked over to see Itachi with his eyes bleeding and in a strange pinwheel shape. He was accompanied by Todoroki and Hagakure, who the later had felt shivers from the thought of being burned alive. Seems were all assembled. Kisame had came back from the flood zone with Aoyama panicking in his arm and started to smile. He dropped the scared teen who immediately ran to the stairs in fear. Izuku, bring everyone up the stairs. This will be dangerous. Yes sir. Izuku follows Pain's orders and heads up the stairs with everyone. You all must be the Akatsuki. Those relics of the past that found their way to this time. How sad that you must die here and now. The thought that this villain had the knowledge of them concerned many of the members, but they had to do something now. Tell me, villain, does your creation fear God? Hee, and why should it? Pain and the Akatsuki members take a fighting stance before he speaks. Because it will meet God when we dispose of it. 1. Nomu, kill them. The monster replies and starts heading for the Akatsuki as they disperse. All together, Hidan leads the charge and slashes the beast's arms off to make it focus on regeneration as Kakuzu forearms it to the ground with Zetsu launching it into the air. Yo, Sasori. Deidara and Sasori do a combination in which they hit the beast with clay bombs and flamethrowers in Sasori's hands. Orochimaru intensifies it with wind to create a fire tornado while Itachi increases the heat with Amaterasu. When it dies down, Kisame slashes the beast down to the ground without it getting a chance to react with Konan covering it with paper bombs. 2. Hear me, foolish villain. Just because a person is not born with natural powers or even in this time does not make them weak. Pain makes a few hand signs before shouting. Planetary devastation. The beast found itself encased in a giant vat of rock. The real weak ones are those that do not push to become stronger for others. Now, it is time to show you how us of the Akatsuki go beyond. Konan and Pain jump up and slam a hand on the boulder with the Nomu in it. Plus ultra. Every member states this as Pain sends the boulder off with an almighty push and Konan creates an explosion with one paper bomb to create a chain reaction with the ones inside. The only thing that remained of the Nomu was the damage that was done beforehand. 11. No way. Did they just kill that thing? Unbelievable. Guess when they're put together, even All Might can't beat the Akatsuki. Every student looked in amazement as Izuku and Ochako saw just how far the gap from them and their masters actually was. This lit a fire in them both to push even harder after what happened. It's over, villain, you've lost. Now surrender peacefully so we do not have to harm you. The blue-haired villain had started to violently scratch at his neck before shouting, "You cheaters! You cheated!" Izuku paused. Nobody could tell, but I noticed that this villain was prepared to do something. What's he up to? I saw him glare at Ms. Konan and smile. No, 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 no. I jumped down the stairs and start running to Ms. Konan. The villain lunged at her and made her prepare. However, the warp gate villain made his hand come to the side of her face when she was not prepared yet. Everything went in slow motion at that point. I knew I had to do something, but I could only think of one thing that could work fast enough. Summoning jutsu. A giant puff of smoke happened that pushed the villain back with a tail. Once the smoke died down, I saw what looked like an octopus and dog hybrid. What the hell is that thing? Tamura, sir, it is best to retreat now. The villains escaped through a portal to leave everyone in awe at what I just summoned. The beast looked down at me with me staring at it. We remained silent until I finally spoke. So are you a jerk like Kurama and Shukaku, or do you have manners? You're not scared of me. I'll admit, I was scared when I first summoned Kurama. But that fear wore off now. Welcome back, Gyuki. The tailed beast created a puff of smoke with him turning into a plushy size. I apologize for the late introductions. I am Gyuki, the eight-tailed beast. Finally, a tailed beast with manners. Gyuki looked at me a bit confused. Sorry about before. After summoning Shukaku and Kurama, I kinda thought all tailed beasts were kinda snobs and rude in general. Not to worry, I could understand knowing of Kurama and Shukaku's attitudes. I heard that calamari brains. Shukaku starts bickering with Gyuki as we just stood there. I'm assuming we came late. I look up to see a bunch of teachers and Ida with them. Principal Nezu walks down to us and looks at the Akatsuki. So you 10 are the infamous vigilantes known as the Akatsuki group. I start to get a little uneasy knowing that they're vigilantes. You know that hero work without a proper license is illegal, correct? I get a little pale knowing there isn't a way out of this one for them. It is a good thing that we are not vigilantes then, sir. Wait, what? Many of the Akatsuki members looked at Ms. Konan amazed. In unison, me, my classmates, and every Akatsuki member except for a few shouted. What? You mean to tell me that none of us were really vigilantes? ? Quote. Correct, Deidara. I had all of you fill out the paperwork and had All Might assist me in making everyone undercover heroes some years back. That was that paperwork you gave us, Deidara. Kakuzu and Hidan signed it without knowing what it was. None of you read it. How pathetic. Sasori, Itachi, Kisame, Zetsu, and Orochimaru read it and understood the gist. Oh come on, I bet Pain didn't even know. I knew the entire time, suggested it to Konan. Ah, Mr. Deidara grunted in anger as he played himself a fool. I should get going. I have some paperwork that needs to get, Konan. It's time he learned the truth. I could see Ms. Konan hold pain in her as Mr. Pain said this. Izuku, can you come with me for a few minutes? I need to discuss some things with you. Okay. I follow Ms. Konan out and head to a clearing in the woods some distance away. So what is this about? Ms. Konan started to take a deep breath before leaning on a tree. Izuku, do you remember the other night when you said I was talking about a man named Yahiko? I nod while confused what this had to do with this. Some years back, he was mine and Pain's closest friend. He was kind, caring, didn't mind if he was caught in someone else's messes. Kind of like you. One day, he ended up dying and leaving me and Pain to mourn his loss. Not long after, we created the Akatsuki and found our way here. I'm sorry to ask this, but what does this have to do with anything about me? She turns away from me before saying the next part. The day before he died, me and Yahiko had done some things that resulted in me becoming pregnant. Not knowing what to do, I confided in Pain. I did not want to give up the last remaining part of Yahiko, but I did not want it to be raised with the violence we succumbed to. I heard this and started to feel my heart sink. As a result, I decided to give the child to a worthy family. But finding one was not easy. Sniffle, I probably should have taken it as a sign to raise it on my own. I could hear Ms. Konan on the verge of tears. What happened? I found someone when I was nearing the 5th month. Her and her husband wanted kids, but could not succeed. So I followed and watched her for a few months. Once I did that, I deemed my baby worthy of being in her hands. Hey, My baby. Sounds pathetic coming from my mouth. Quote. Did she raise it? Ms. Konan nods. On the day of its birth, I had given birth to a baby boy. On that same night, I brought the child to an alley. I knew the woman would be around and waited for her. When she mentioned an alley, my eyes widened. Once she discovered the baby, she took it in and left me with the only thing I could feel. Regret. I hear her breathe a bit heavy in the next few parts while turning away from me. I have done so many terrible things in my life. But the one thing I hate the most is making that little baby I had cry for a parent that night while giving him up. I hated it. I hated giving him up to a stranger. But I knew he would be better off with her than me. That's the only thing I keep telling myself to keep my sickening hatred of me in line. I see drops of water fall on the ground to make me know she was crying. What was the boy's name? I never named him. I assumed I would be too attached if I did. So the woman named him. His name, my son's name, is Izuku. Ms. Konan, you're my birth mother. I see her lightly nod and hold back crying as she says her next part. I know you probably hate me, but please understand I didn't want to do what I did. So please know that I am so sore. I hug her from behind and see her face full of tears as if she was on the verge of breaking down and crying. I thought you would be furious with me. I was never angry at you. I was just worried you gave me up because you didn't want me as a son. No, I wanted to raise you. If things were different, I would have happily raised you. I keep hugging her for her tears to fall down on my head. 5. Damn it, Izuku, why are you forgiving me? I'm a horrible woman and mother for leaving her kid to some complete stranger. You're also the woman who helped me learn to use my Kekkei Genkai, the woman that helped teach me an Ocha, and the woman who helped me confess to the woman I love. As far as I'm concerned, you have done nothing but give and give to me. So let me give you the chance to be something like a mother again. Let me be part of your life again, Mom. She hears the last part and falls to her knees while hugging me. She starts to cry into me with her tears soaking my shoulder. Ms. Konan sobs loudly while apologizing to me for everything she's done over and over again. I only held her head and let her release every bit of regret she had. You helped train me with knowing who I was. That must have been hard on you. I understand, Mom. You hated what you did. I'm sorry you had to let such a thing happen. So please let all your regrets for me leave so I can fill it with forgiveness. We stayed like that for a few minutes before joining the others back at the USJ entrance. Sasori Pav. One more time. Ninja art. Puppet master's jutsu. Yaoyorozu starts make strings of chakra to try and move a practice puppet I gave her for it to latch on with success. Good. Now just concentrate on making it move. We'll practice the more intricate when you can move the puppet more naturally. She tries her best to move it with her fingers for me to see she's having difficulty. Common. Move. The puppet starts to move its arm before she loses it and it drops. Grr. Why is this so difficult? Relax. This is why we're practicing. You only just learned the jutsu. Don't expect to be a natural off the bat. I start to remember the events of the USJ attack while Yaoyorozu regains her composure. 2 days ago, after being sent into the strange portal, I found myself in what looked like a mountain area with a bunch of other villains. Immediately, I pull out Hiriko and start taking them down. Who the hell is that guy? Some of the villains evade but are hit by my poison in Hiriko's tail. Heed this name well, villains. I am Puppet Master, Vigilante of 100 puppets. The poison I injected you with will nullify your quirk and paralyze you for up to 3 days. You won't die with the amount you were given, but you will not see the light of day after this. I state this knowing the authorities will be able to arrest them after. In what seemed to be an instant, a flash of light came with electricity coming towards me. Acting on instinct, I jumped into Hiriko and avoided most of the damage. What was that? I look around to see 3 kids. One with a lining bolt on his hair and a stupid look, a girl with ox cords coming down her ears, and a girl that was rather developed for her age. Wait, is that girl a flasher or something? I look away from her to avoid acting like a pervert until I heard a guy come out of the ground. I looked over to see the stupid one held hostage. This is bad. I gotta do something. I use Hiriko's tail to cut the villain's arm and let go of the kid. Who the hell did that? You've got some nerve picking on kids like that. I reveal myself, to which the guy tried to use his quirk for nothing to happen. Why can't I use my quirk? Because my poison is preventing it. It will flush itself out of your body in the next few days, but now you're no different than a quirkless man. He tries to come at me to only be hit by a tail into some rubble. I get out of Yahiko and walk over to the kids. LL, look, whoever you are, don't make us attack you. We're heroes in training and we know how to fight. The idiot kid tries to make threats with me, looking at them with an eyebrow raised. If that's your best attempt to scare someone, you need to put a little more force behind it. I turn around and put Yahiko back in a scroll before going for the third cage. Who are you, man? Sasori of the Red Sand. But you probably know me better as Puppet Master. Their eyes went wide as they realized who I was. Let's go, it's not safe here. I take the third out and get ready for anything that will come my way. Also, nice work on the insulation tarp, kids. Smart thinking on your end to get rid of those thugs. Thank you, sir. The taller one says this with us heading to the center to rendezvous with everyone else. After the attack, I begin to walk back with Deidara after finding out Konan's relationship with Izuku. Yo Sasori, did you expect that coming with Konan and Izuku? I thought it was strange and pieced that possibility together, but it is still a bit surprising. Smarter member of the Akatsuki and understood Kekkei Genkai enough to know how it's passed down. So me and Hidan are the only ones that were surprised, both are the dumbest members. Apparently. We keep walking until I heard someone behind me. Excuse me, Mr. Sasori, sir. I turn around and see it's the girl from the mountain zone. Can I help you? She looks at me and bows. Please make me your apprentice. I looked at her and felt an awkward moment as a woman taller than me is asking me to be her master. Sasori is 164 centimeters and Yaoyorozu is 173 centimeters. Why do you want to be my apprentice? I'm sure there's a million heroes that would rather you be theirs than mine. Please, sir. I could only offer support in the mountain zone today and realized I was useless after Kaminari short-circuited himself. You, however, found a way to protect yourself and fight back. So please, take me under your wings, sir. The girl starts to go on her knees begging me as Deidara starts laughing at me. I smack him in the face with my tail before facing the girl. What's your name, kid? Momo. Momo Yaoyorozu. Sigh, okay. But this is going to be hell for you. You will have to learn what Izuku and Ochako learned at the age of 5 and catch up to them now. I turn away and start walking away. Training starts tomorrow at dawn outside your class's dorm. If you're late, I won't teach you. Yes, sir. Back to present. I see her fail again and get angered that she can't do this. Take a break, Yaoyorozu. You're not gonna get it if your thoughts are clouded with frustration. She holds her head down and starts taking a walk. Quote. What do you want, you annoying snake? Orochimaru comes out of the bushes and laughs at me. Didn't expect you to be the teaching type. I'm not. I'm just showing the girl how to use a puppet and nothing more. He, you can't lie to me. I can see you admire her commitment. Some puppet masters take months to connect their strings, and she got it in just 2 days. I start to get angry at him and turn my head around to have my face see behind me. Just what do you want? If you're here to judge me on being a teacher, leave now. It's okay, I'm not here to fight. In reality, I'm here to give you some information. I turn my head back to normal before answering. What is it about? That creature that the villain called Nomu. I have some news about it. Momo Pav. Annoying damn thing. Why can't I just do this? I've done harder things before, right? Is chakra that more complicated that I can't do this as well? I start to breathe out in frustration as I walk into the woods. I stop when I hear running water, however. Ua shouldn't have any drainage systems around here. I follow the sound to see a waterfall with a bridge. Did they always have this? I look closer to see at least 100 Midoriyas stopping the waterfall several times. Again, fire style, fireball jutsu. I look to the side and see Uraraka training with Mr. Pain making fire come out of her mouth. What's going on? This is their training. I stop and look to see Ms. Konan to the side of me. They saw what happened at the USJ and wanted to get stronger. I've known them for over a decade now and never seen them put so much into their work. I look and see them sweating intensely as they do this. They're already amazing. How much stronger could they get? As far as their hard work and commitment can take them. I look at her a bit confused until she clarifies. The skills they have now are proof of how hard they trained. If they would have put half the effort they did into their training, they would have never beaten you all so easily. I think on this and realize they're pushing themselves so hard even after everything worked out in our favor. You seem confused. Do you need assistance in something? Actually, I've been trying to work with Mr. Sasori on puppet mastery ninjutsu and hit a bit of a curveball. Is there any advice you can give me on chakra control? She looks at me and back at Izuku and Ochako. Chakra isn't something you should look at as something unique. Think of it as an extension of yourself. When you're fighting with a puppet, I think it would be best to think of the strings as your embodiment you're putting into the puppet and a way for you to interact with the world. I think about this and consider it a way for me to interact with the world. I start to clench my fist and smile. Thank you, Ms. Konan. It is my pleasure, Ms. Yaoyorozu. I start to run back to Mr. Sasori with a determined face. That look says you want to give it another try. I nod for him to only smile. Very well, let's try this again. I stop and think on Ms. Konan's words. My strings are my way to interact with the world. I'll take them and show the world what I can do. Ninja art, puppet master's jutsu. I connect my strings and keep focused. Good, now try to move it like last time. I slowly move my fingers to adjust the puppet to stand. Once I feel it stand, I open my eyes to see it standing up and Mr. Sasori surprised. 2. Nicely done, Yaoyorozu. It takes a born natural to move it in the time you did. Though you should not get ahead of yourself, you should take pride knowing this. I turn to Mr. Sasori and bow to him. Thank you, sir, but Ms. Konan helped a bit with explaining chakra a bit more for me. Guess I should have explained that better to you. I guess I expected you to learn that part already. Anyway, now we get to the basics of movement. Are you ready? I smile and nod for him to smile as well. The answer I like to hear. Time skip to the evening, Sasori Pav. Alright, let's call it a day here. Yaoyorozu starts panting on the ground covered in sweat as she loses her grip on the puppet. For someone who just learned puppet mastery, you're excelling rather fast. You may even catch up to Izuku and Ochako over the course of our training. She smiles at me and thanks my compliment. My mind, however, is in the conversation I had with Orochimaru earlier in the day. Flashback to their talk. The Mies report says that the thing was a D-class villain that went missing a few weeks ago. I looked at him confused. How is that worth reporting? The thing is, we also found traces of 3 other people's quirks inside him and his genetics completely mangled. Whatever happened to the poor man wasn't natural. I ponder on this for a moment. This thing had 4 quirks and had been genetically modified. Could we even call the man a man at that point? Also, how could he hold so many quirks in him when a normal human can only hold 1 at a time? 8. You're quite interested in this, aren't you, Sasori? Orochimaru starts chuckling with me thinking on the phrase the man with hands said. That villain knew of us enough to call us relics of the past. Only a select few knew who we were to begin with, so either someone snitched to the wrong person or, my eyes grew wide when I thought of the alternative. Whoever is pulling the strings in this may have something to do with us being here. Report this to Pain. He should know what's going on with this. Already gave him a report. Orochimaru leaves with me still deep in thought. If we find out who told that guy about us, maybe we can finally go home. I think on this and the thought of Izuku and Konan come to my head. Don't think this too deep, Sasori. She knows she may have to say goodbye to Izuku when this is over. I think on the possibility that the one villain may just be someone who has his strings pulled as well before Yaoyorozu comes back with a determined face. Back to present. Mr. Sasori. My apologies. I was stuck in thought. I pull myself out of my daze when Yaoyorozu starts questioning me. Hey Yaoyorozu, in your opinion, do you think someone can willingly give quirks to another person? She looks at me confused for a second. You're asking something that defies all natural laws of how the world works. I know, I'm just asking if in theory someone could be born with such a power. She thinks on this before answering. In theory, it may be possible. But I've never heard of such a quirk existing. Why? I think on this and shake my head. No reason. Just a question. I try to change the subject to avoid a problem from forming. Something isn't right. Whoever is pulling the strings behind this League of Villains is more dangerous than we think. Let's just hope we have time before whoever it is makes a move. Meanwhile, with the tailed beast's third-person paw. Ready, rock, paper, scissors, shoot, tie, go again. All three decided to have a contest to see who would sleep in Izuku's head next. As they continually tied with rock, paper, scissors, the members of Class A that watched were confused as to why they were doing such a thing. Hiroshima decided to speak up as the one to break the ice. So why are you three? Stay silent, human, or I shall show you the meaning of pain. Hiroshima shut his mouth as he watched the show unfold with fear, knowing what the tailed beasts really looked like. Tie, go again, tie, go again, tie, go again. This happened for 2 hours until Shukaku finally won. Konan Pav, so what brings you in my office today, Ochako? Ochako decided to pay me a visit with an uncertain feeling weighing on her shoulders. Well, you see, it's about my relationship with Izu. Oh my god, please tell me she doesn't want to break up with him. Everything is going so well so far and I don't want my son to have his heart broken. Just calm down, Konan, you're a guidance counselor first and a mom second. And what might be the issue that forces you to come and seek advice on it? She starts to hold a bit of a blush on her face before answering. Well, we've been dating for almost a year now. It's not that I want to end it, but I want to know if we should take a step a little forward. Oh, thank God it's just teenage hormones in her head. I sigh in relief before I answer her. 1. Have you discussed this with Izuku yet? No. I was hesitant because I didn't want him to get the wrong idea about me and think I'm just some pervert or something. Also, I don't know if he wants to either. This feels weird talking about this knowing you're his mother now. Sorry. She starts to awkwardly laugh as I smile a bit. So you want to know if it is the right time for you and Izuku to take the next leap forward and wanted advice regarding it. She nods with me, thinking on her predicament for a moment. Relationships are important for both sides to understand the other's feelings. If I had to guess, Izuku is trying to avoid this to keep you happy and avoid a situation in which you may dislike him. If you would like, I can talk with him later today and find out for you if he feels the same. You can. Thank you, Ms. Konan, that helps a lot. She starts thanking me with me only smiling at her innocence. If that is all, you can leave for class now before Mr. Aizawa yells at you for being late. She heads to the door before I stop her for a moment. And just so you know, UA does not forbid such interactions between students in a romantic fashion. However, we do suggest you take precautions when doing said acts. I may wish for Izuku and you to live a long happy life together, but I don't think Inko and your mother want to be grandparents yet. She begins to hold a red blush on her before running out. Young love. I smile at how innocent their relationship is and remembered times when I was younger. I may have never gotten the chance to a live peaceful life, but at least I know Izuku can. I turn to my work and begin looking over some documents. At Class A, Izuku Pav. So Mido, what's it like knowing you now have a pro hero as a mom? Well, it's kinda exciting to say the least. I mean, I already looked at M's Konan as a leading figure in my life, but I don't think it's that big of a deal now that I know she's my mom. I try and answer Ashido the best I can with her pouting at me. She starts to see Ocha walk in and gets an evil smirk. So how far did you go with Urara? PFF'd. What does that have to do with this? She starts laughing with me and Ocha holding a blush on our faces. Ha 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 wah. Kurama got tired of Ashido's mouth and started to shoot a tailed beast bomb at her in anger. The next one shall not miss, human. Now stay silent so I can sleep. He returns to sleeping on my lap with everyone panicking as they see a new skylight in the ceiling. Am I to guess that the skylight was a tailed beast's doing? We all look over to see Mr. Aizawa bandaged with us, not able to see his face. It's nice to see you're up and about, but shouldn't you be resting, Sir Ribbit? My goal is to train you all into great heroes. My health is irrelevant in that. Such dedication. Now, we need to discuss the sports festival that will happen in the next 2 weeks. Sir, isn't it a little early to be doing this? I mean, we just were attacked by villains, why don't we just cancel the thing altogether? I look back at Mineta and explain to him that it's not that simple. Mineta, the UA Sports Festival is as big as the Olympics were before Quirks. Shutting it down won't be that simple. Midoriya is correct, but to add safety, we are increasing security and limiting who is allowed in. This is also one of 3 times for you all to be able to attract attention of large corporations and hero agencies that you can train under while in UA. If you want to be a top hero, then shining in the sports festival is the best way to do it. With that said, all heroic classes until the sports festival are postponed. Fascinating, this sports festival sounds much like the Chunin exams in the time we were originally from. Gyuki says this with an amazed look. A way to attract attention from big agencies and corporations. I think on this while class continues. During lunch, hey Ocha, you ready for lunch? I walk over to Ocha's desk to see her acting weirder than I've ever seen her. She immediately jumps up and puts her fist in the air. I'm gonna do my best. Why yeah, she turns to her side and pumps her fist in the air again. I said I'm gonna do my best. Why yeah, we cheer for her a little worried about her actions. Hey Midoriya, is she ever like this? As long as I've known her, this is a first. Mineta hears this and starts making a sexual comment. Quote PMMMPHH. I cover his mouth with paper and Asui slaps his head with her tongue to shut him up. Anyway, you ready for lunch? Ocha gets her normal demeanor back and smiles at me. Yeah, let's talk to Ms. Konan and Mr. Payne after about our training. We open the door and notice a large amount of people. Kacchan gets behind us and starts getting angry. Out of my way nerd and flabby. I'm looking for a good reason not to hit you right now Kacchan. Can we help you all? So this is Class A. The ones that were attacked by villains. A boy with purple hair and a tiredness that could rival Mr. Aizawa walked up and looked at us. You all don't look so tough. Out of the way weirdo, before I blow your go MMPHH. I cover Kacchan's mouth before speaking to the person. I'm sorry for our classmate's rude mouth Mr. Shinso. Hitoshi Shinso. He looks at me annoyed with me only smiling. It's nice to meet you Shinso. My name is Izuku Midoriya and this is Ochako Uraraka. We're the class representative and vice representative for this class, so can you please explain why you all are here? We're here to see what we're up against. Not everyone in the other courses wanted to be there by choice. Some of us wanted to be in the hero course but couldn't make the cut on a bias test. Can't argue with the entrance exam being pointed for certain quirks being useless in them. So you wanted to see what we were like and see if you can get the upper hand in the sports festival. You catch on fast. Just so you're aware, it is possible for someone in another department to transfer to the hero course depending on their work in the sports festival. But to do that, someone of the hero course will be kicked out. Some of us were worried about this when he said this knowing they could easily be ousted if they mess up. What the hell is going on here? We look over to see Mr. Kisame walking over annoyed that people are in the way. Step aside all of you. I need to get to Nezu to talk to him about something regarding my Gro Izuku and Ochako, what's up? Mr. Kisame smiles at us with Samahata acting strange. Seems it smells something it likes. Samahata starts moving around the room and smells different people. What is that thing? Ashido looks at Samahata a little freaked out. It's a sword called Samahata. It has its own ego and can literally steal chakra from people it cuts into. Its name also translates to shark's skin and only allows people it likes to hold it. Samahata stops at Asui and crawls up to nuzzle in her neck. What's it doing? Hehe, it seems Samahata likes you. Quite the interesting turn of events this is. Mr. Kisame takes Samahata and grins at Asui. You're that kid from the flood zone. What's your name? Suyu Asui, but my friends call me Su. Su interesting. He starts walking to the door before looking back at Asui. We will meet again girl. Samahata will need a new partner in the future. Mr. Kisame leaves with this said. What was that supposed to mean ribbit? It means that Samahata likes you enough to be its next partner after Kisame. Count yourself lucky since that sword is as picky as a child. 9. Me, Ida, Ocha, and Asui started walking down the hall with Ida starting a conversation. So what was that statement before about Uraraka? Yeah, you're normally the most calm person here that it was really weird. She starts to look away in embarrassment until she says why. Well, it's because I want to be a hero to make money for my parents. Financial gain is your reasoning. Yeah, our construction business isn't going so well to a point money's a little tight. I wanna help them by being a hero to help pay their bills. She starts to scratch her head with me understanding why she's so hesitant to answer. I think it's a good reason. I agree, you wish to help your parents as they have helped you. Nothing is a more noble act than that. Ocha starts to hold a bit of happiness knowing she isn't looked at differently for her desire at all. I told you Ocha, your idea is a good one. She looks at me and smiles. Thanks Izu. We hug and enjoy the other's embrace with Gyuki getting off my head. We get so entranced in our moment that we nearly started kissing in the middle of the hall. Ahem. We stop and look at what we're doing and blush a bit. Not that I am against you two dating, but please keep your acts away from the public eye please. Ha 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 ha. Young Midoriya and young Uraraka are here. All Might started running over to us with his usual smile. All Might, what are you doing here? Lunch. He takes out a small bento box and looks at me and Ocha. Would you two care to join me? PFF'd. That is so adorable. We agree and tell Ida and Asui that we'll meet up with them later. We head to the guidance room with both of us surprised until we see Ms. Konan. Good to see you both again. Ms. Konan I mean Mom I mean Ah. Why is this now so hard? Everyone starts laughing at my difficulties to call Ms. Konan Mom and not see my adoptive mother. Just call me what makes it easier for you. I know it's not something that you can just accept and change with a snap of a finger. We start to sit down with Ms. Konan giving us both a homemade bento for lunch. We dig into it a little before I finally ask. So why did you both want to have lunch with us? I mean Ms. Konan I can understand why, but why do you all might? Ms. Konan motions for him to start. In an instant, his body produces steam and he turns into a scrawny form of himself. What the heck? Both me and Ocha shout this as All Might begins to cough up a little blood. Before you ask, this is my real form. A while back, I was in a major fight that took some of my torso out of me. He lifted his shirt to show a scared formation on his body to make our eyes widen. The attack took out my stomach and most of my respiratory system. At most right now, I can only use the muscle form you all know for a total of 3 hours. The rest of the day, I'm like this. We hear this and start understanding how dangerous this industry really is now. But I need to do one last thing before I can no longer use my quirk anymore. And for that, I have a question to ask you young Midoriya. I come out of my shock and listen closely to his question. During the sludge incident, the entrance exams, and the USJ incident, what was going through your head at that moment? I don't know. I just wanted to help and started running in on my own. All Might starts to smile at me and clarifies for me. What happened was what we in the industry call a true act of heroism. You've probably heard it before. Their bodies moved on their own, they acted on instinct, they ran in without thinking. These are what start great heroes in the world, and this is how I look at you. Young Izuku Midoriya, I see the makings of a hero that may one day be far greater than even myself inside you. I start to blush a bit at this with such a praise by All Might himself and start smiling at this. And it is because of that, I deem you worthy of inheriting my quirk. I stop and stare at him with Ocha doing the same. Ahahaha you should see your faces. All Might starts laughing while spewing blood with Ms. Konan making an origami sword. Get to the point All Might before I cut you. Right, sorry, let me explain, my quirk is called One for All. It is a mix of a stockpile and a quirk that can pass down quirks. The first person cultivates the power, the next refines and adds to the power, and the third repeats this process. This quirk has touched 8 people counting me by far and I deem you worthy of its power. Do you accept it? I think a moment before answering. Yes. 8. The answer I was hoping for. All Might starts turning back to his buff form and pulls a strand of hair out. Your training with the Akatsuki has made you strong. I don't believe there will be any problem if I give it to you right now. So now, eat this. Wait, what? We all looked at him surprised until he answers. To obtain my power, you must ingest my DNA. Now, eat. I take the hair and swallow it in one gulp. It tasted horrible to a point I wanted to throw up. Ms. Konan passed me some tea to which I practically chugged it to get the taste out of my mouth. So why am I here then? I asked him to tell you as well. I knew that Izuku wouldn't feel right holding secrets from you, so I made All Might tell you as well. Ocha nods at this as the taste is finally gone. The effects will not show for a few hours since it must work its way into your system. But I will teach you how to use the quirk properly later on. All Might goes back to his skinny form and sits down. I must ask All Might. If we hadn't trained Izuku enough yet, what would happen if he would use your quirk? Well, he'd kinda have his limbs blown off. I start to see Ms. Konan hold a sadistic smile on her. Just so we're clear, if my son loses a limb because of your quirk, I'm taking one of yours. To say All Might was scared was an understatement. We continued to talk about our training until we finished lunch. 7. Thank you both for your time and the lunch, it was delicious. Me and Ocha bow at them with All Might leading us out. Izuku, can I talk to you for a moment? Sure, I'll see you later Ocha. Okay, love you Izu. She gives me a peck on the lips before heading out. Once she was gone, I sat down and started talking with Ms. Konan. Your relationship seems to be going nicely. Why yeah, I guess it is. I smile and feel a bit awkward about talking about this to her. So tell me, how far have you both gone? I get completely red at this and start panicking. We didn't do anything like that. Ms. Konan starts laughing a bit and puts her hand up to say to calm down. I know, Ochako talked to me about that today. Wait, she talked about this? Yes, it seems she's uncertain if she wants to deepen your relationship more. I told her that relationships are built on mutual agreements in which the couple finds a common medium. So I'd like to ask you, are you against the idea of doing such acts with Ochako? I think on it and get a little red. It's not that I'm against them, it's more I don't want to ruin what we already have. Figured as much. I really like her, but I don't want to make her think poorly of me because I'm thinking these thoughts. I mean, I do think them of her. But I keep them to myself to avoid hurting her. Ms. Konan smiles at me for some reason and gives me her opinion. It seems you both treasure the other enough to keep your own sexual desires hidden. A good thing to have, but understand that doing so may cause problems as a whole in the future as well. So what should I do? She looks at me and sighs. Talk to her about it. Tell her that you do find her attractive in that way, but won't act on it without any consent from her. If you both do such things, it is because you both desire it. Just make sure you keep your normal life satisfying without the need for such acts. I nod and start heading to the door. Oh, and remember, be safe if you act on those urges. I don't wish to explain to your parents why they have to worry about teen pregnancy. She laughs with me holding a beet red image and running out of the room. With the tailed beasts. Why did we have to leave the room with you? Because Shukaku, it lets Izu talk to his mother in peace. HMPH, how idiotic they left with Ochako when Izuku was asked to stay for a few minutes. Izuku Pav, the day of the sports festival has finally come. Over the past 2 weeks, me and Ocha had been training through bitter work to be ready. I trained my new quirk from All Might and realized my limit is significantly lower than his. The first time I used it though, I kinda shattered every bone in my arm. To say I had to literally keep Ms. Konan from killing All Might for giving me such a dangerous quirk was an understatement. But I did learn from some suggestions by Mr. Payne about evenly spreading the power through my body. As such, I called the new technique, full cowling. Right now, everyone is waiting in the waiting room and making last-minute preparations to be on television. 3. Okay, we'll be heading out in a few. Make your last-second preparations now and be ready. Me and Ocha took our headbands that we got from Mr. Payne and Ms. Konan out to look at them. We glanced at each other and nodded before tying them over our foreheads. Hey Yaomomo, what's with that headband you have on and the mummy thing on your back? We looked over to Ashido and Yaoyorozu to see the latter wearing a headband similar to Mr. Sasori. The headband is a gift from my mentor. I've been doing some training with Mr. Sasori after the USJ. He was rather impressed with my talent, that he allowed me to take one of his first few puppets he made into combat with me and gave me this to symbolize me being under his guiding wing. She looked up at her headband with pride knowing she's honoring his name while wearing it. Guess Momo is like us. If he gave her both of those, we may have some stiff competition with her. We smile at each other before Todoroki comes over to us. Midoriya, Uraraka, I want to say something. We listen closely until he says with no emotion. This is officially my declaration of war between you both. I will beat you and show that I'm the best. He walks away with both of us confused on his act. Did we just get called out by Todoroki? I guess we did. We start to get called for us to head to the stadium. Once in the tunnel, we hear the roar of the crowd and start to feel their emotions without even seeing them. 1. Welcome ladies and gentlemen to UA's annual sports festival. I'm your host for this year's first year's present Mike. Joining me today are the Eraser Hero, Eraserhead and the leader of the Akatsuki, God. Does he always shout these things? Unfortunately. Now without further ado, let's meet our contents. Coming in first, the class that is taking the world by storm, Class 1A. We start walking out with Mr. Pain finally losing his patience with Mike and taking the microphone from him and calling out the other classes. Now for the referees for the match. We have the R-rated hero Midnight and a member of the Akatsuki Stitches. We look over to see Mr. Kakuzu not too thrilled to be working with Midnight. Are you really a high school teacher with that outfit? What? It's approved by the board. Sigh, let's just get this over with. Now to make the opening ceremony speech, we have the first year valedictorian. Everyone please welcome the boy who gained the highest marks in the entrance exam, Izuku Midoriya. Mr. Kakuzu motions to me with my nerves overtaking me. Just stay calm Izuku, it's just a speech. I look at the crowd and remember how All Might said to make my presence known to the world. With that, I try and speak. Today is a day many of us have been training hard for. And for that, I vow that we will honor the sanctity of this festival and everyone who represents it to our fullest. The crowd stayed quiet until some started to clap. The few began to grow to the entire stadium with me letting out a sigh of relief. At least I said something right. Now, without further ado, let's begin the first event. As Midnight says this, a giant roulette spun and stopped. Our first event shall be an obstacle course. Contestants will run around the stadium and return here as fast as possible. The first 42 that will complete the course will advance to the next round. We all got ready to exit with me and Ocha looking at the entrance and noticing something. Izu, I can tell one problem right now. I can too, just keep focused right now. We got into a running position and waited for the buzzer to go off. As it did, we charged at the door with infusing chakra in our feet. We began to run on the walls and watch everyone get stuck. The first obstacle is the door. We all entered in with 3 side by side being cramped. Now everyone is fighting to get out. This is gonna be a problem. Once we get to the end of the exit, I start flying with wings I made out of paper to try and get ahead. I only stop when a giant robot blocks my path. Our first obstacle of the course is something we like to call Robo Inferno. Cake. I activate full cowling and fly past the robots with high speed. Thanks to a little tinkering, I found out that OFA not only increases my speed and strength, but also reduces the amount of chakra I need to keep my Kekkei Genkai going. Now I can fly at high speeds with hardly using any chakra. Is that the best they could do? I exit the area with a giant amount of ice freezing the robots in their tracks. Single quote ... Todoroki. The next obstacle is asterisk smack. My apologies ladies and gentlemen, but I could not take his shouting anymore. The next obstacle is the tightrope walk. Those who fall off and into the pit will be eliminated from the race. And as I have said this, our pack leader Izuku Midoriya has finished this course. Not hard when you can fly over it at Mach speeds. 5. I reach the final obstacle with what seemed like a straightaway. The third and final is an obstacle known as the landmine zone. They are not lethal, but will set you back if you step on them. I reach the clearing with everyone still far behind me. I take off my wings when I exit the area and run to the entrance to claim my first place mantle. It appears the first person back is Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. As Mr. Pain says this, I look up to the screen to find where Ocha is before seeing a giant explosion. What the heck was that? That was way too big for one of ours. I look closely and realize what happened. Quote ... Genius. A few minutes back Ochako Pav. I hear as Izu passes the first event with me just barely getting past the second obstacle. Once I get to the landmines, I realize there's no way I'm getting there anytime soon. If I do this the way everyone else is, I'm not gonna progress. Common Ochako, think. What would Izu do? If I was him, I'd fly over the field. Not much good that does since I can't. I watch as some guy gets thrown back and get a light bulb in my brain. That's it. I start grabbing the scrap of a 0-pointer I grabbed near the beginning in hopes that it would come in handy while making it weightless and got to work. While I was putting my plan together, I had multiple people stop and stare a second in an attempt to find out what I'm doing before ignoring me. Once I was ready, I put my plan into motion. Alone, these things are only able to push you back. But what if I used several to propel me forward? I put the plate in front of me before jumping on the mines. If this doesn't work, I'm done for. Once I landed, a giant explosion happened that sent me flying in the air. What the heck was that? That was way too big for one of ours. When the smoke cleared and everyone saw it was me, I could only hear Mr. Payne speak. Ingenious. She used multiple landmines from the front to activate at a set time together in one location. The margin for successfully executing this is very slim and she could have easily miscalculated somewhere. Well done on her end. I start to fly to the front and over Bakugo and Todoroki with them rushing to get to me. I'm descending. Once I'm on the ground, they'll catch up to me. I gotta do something fast. I flip over and hold the metal plate above me. Once both are next to me, I slam the plate on the ground to force them both back and me forward. I land outside the minefield and run as fast as I could to the entrance. And in second place, ladies and gentlemen, we have Ochako Uraraka. I look at the crowd and smile between pants for air. I did it. I don't know how, but I did it. Go Ocha. Izu starts walking over and gives me a celebratory hug. That was amazing, sweetie. Thanks, but you probably could have done better. I doubt it. I probably would have screwed up somewhere along the way. We start laughing and sit down to wait for everyone else. Once the last person came through the entrance that was progressing, we were called to gather near the podium for midnight and Mr. Kakuzu to say the next event. And now for our next event. Let's see what we have. The roulette spun again with Midnight shaking in anticipation. What will it be? The anticipation is truly a turn on. Did she just say a turn on? How you are a school teacher is beyond my belief after that statement. The roulette stops at an event as Midnight shouts it out. Cavalry battle. Players will pair in teams of 2 to 4 and try to claim headbands that will be placed somewhere on their neck or higher. Quirks are permitted for use and those that lose their headbands are still able to compete and reclaim their lost ones. However, making a team fall or trying to harm someone purposefully is an absolute red flag. 1. So it's like a who has the most at the end situation. Kinda cool. Let me finish. Midnight loses her composure with Mr. Kakuzu looking as if he's questioning why he's even here. Now, the people that will go to the third stage will be those that pass with the most points from a system that is held by your places in the last event. As an example, 42nd place will have a 5-point value with 41st having a 10-point and so on. So it's a way for someone in the lower ranks to get ahead. Not bad. And the first place winner will get 10 million points. We all hear this with one thing going on my head. Izu's dead. Izuku Pav, you all have 5 minutes to make a team, so get to it. After Mr. Kakuzu started our timer, I started to look frantically for people to team with. Ojiro, do you wanna? Sorry man, I kinda have someone I'm already pairing with. Now that I think of it, all I need is one more person for a team. But nobody will want to pair with me because they'll be targeted. Hey Izu, wanna pair up? I look over and start crying at the fact Ocha wants to pair with me. Are you sure? Everyone's gonna be after us. It's fine, you and me can take them on, no sweat. She smiles at me with her trademark blinding smile as I could only cover my eyes from the light. Oh okay, but we should probably get a third or fourth person. Have no fear 10 million point boy, Fume Hatsume is at your service. Me and Ocha look behind us to see a girl with pink dreadlocks smiling at us. That paper quirk you have really is something, kid. What's up with it? Well, it's kinda like a quirk and kinda not. It's something I worked on for a while now and is something I was able to make very useful. Awesome. You truly are the one person that can make my babies shine. Both me and Ocha looked at her and asked at the same time. Babies. She shows us a jetpack and some hover boots to specify what she meant. Okay, one more person and we're good. 5 minutes later. Time is up. now let's begin. Ocha, Hatsume, Tokiyami, ready. Ready, ready, indeed. We waited for a timer to buzz to indicate us beginning. Immediately, I sprouted a large pair of wings and flew us above everyone while Ocha made us weightless. Hey, isn't that cheating? He's inside the lines and still mounted to his group, it's legal. Everyone was rather annoyed with this, with Kacchan coming at me. Deku. Phase 1 in place. Ocha, I think it's time to give Kacchan a taste of his own medicine. I smile at her with everyone holding her tight to keep us together. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Ocha makes large flowers out of fire to push Kacchan away with me preparing a counter. Water style. Water bullet jutsu. I dulled the impact to only knock Kacchan back down to earth for Zero to catch him. Phase 2 done. Now what? Now Hatsume, we play the waiting game. We stayed up in the air with only Kacchan able to touch us in the beginning and only watched as we passed with the littlest of effort. 10 minutes later, and we are finished. In first place, we have Team Midoriya. Second place goes to Team Todoroki. Third place is Team Bakugo. And lastly, fourth place goes to Team Shinso. As Mr. Kakuzu says this, we descend back down with me and Ocha happy with our results. We shall take a short break for lunch, but be back in 30 minutes for the last event. I start walking with Ocha to the cafeteria before Todoroki grabs me. Do you mind if we talk? Okay, I'll see you later, Ocha. Okay. She watches as me and Todoroki walk out of sight with me completely confused. Once we get to a secluded place, Todoroki stares at me without talking. So, what did you want to talk about? Quote. Your mother and All Might seem to know each other quite well. Well, that's just because they're good acquaintances. I try and play it off so Todoroki doesn't find out about OFA. I'm just gonna ask this then, are you Ms. Konan and All Might's secret love child? PFFFFT. I couldn't believe what I heard from Todoroki since it was something completely off base. 4. And no, not even possible. I was conceived before the Akatsuki came to this time. So the chances of that happening are kinda impossible. I see, so it's only coincidence you both interact as a family. I start to awkwardly laugh a bit at this, trying to think how we look like a family. Todoroki, I've had a question for a while and tried my hardest not to ask out of respect. But I have to know, why don't you use your fire half in combat? Todoroki stayed silent for a minute until he answered. Because I refuse to use my father's power. He refuses. Let me explain. Konan Pav. I start to walk back after explaining to the girls of 1A that nobody had told Mineta that they needed to wear cheerleader outfits and become an image of fan service. That child needs professional help. He will not be getting that from me, however. I walk near a clearing and overhear a conversation I wish I hadn't. My father is the number 2 pro hero for a fact. But he's nothing more than a powerful bastard who only thinks of getting stronger. Eventually, he came to the realization that he could not defeat All Might, so he sought a new way to surpass him. I listen closely to Todoroki's conversation with someone until I notice who he is talking to. What did he do? Are you familiar with quirk marriages? Those marriages that came out some time ago as a way to produce an offspring with a more powerful quirk, right? Yes, my father had found my mother and decided to force her into one of them. He wanted her power to create a child that could surpass All Might. He went so far as to bribe her own family as a way to gain this. I glanced over to see Todoroki hold his left eye. As far as I can remember, all I could see of my mother were images of her crying. Her exact words to me were, "I can't stand to see that left side of yours," as she poured boiling hot water down my left side. I had felt my heart drop at hearing the boy's own mother had done such a horrible thing to him. I always assumed that the scar was from an accident with his quirk as a child and never believed a parent could do such a thing. Poor child. I had held my chest thinking this. Becoming number 1 without using his vile quirk is my way to get back at him and deny everything he desired. And it is because of that I will beat you and show that I will become the best hero with only my right half. He started to walk away with Izuku and I horrified still by his resolve. If you want to be the best, half-ass effort will only get you so far. I look up to see Izuku clenching his fists. I had fought hard to get to where I am, and I refused to see someone who was given the world to grow limit himself with only half their power. He looks over to Todoroki before saying the next part. No matter what happens, I will beat you and show you that you should use your full power. Todoroki sees this and is stunned for a second before returning to his calm self. We will see. He walks away with me, leaving the area to keep myself from being noticed. I want to help Todoroki, but how? Konan, I need to discuss something with you. I look over and see Itachi to get an idea. Very well, what is it? 1. Izuku Pav. After lunch, we were all brought to the field with 16 finalists. Attention everyone, there has been a slight change. I look up to Mr. Kakuzu, who was motioning to Ojiro and a guy from Class B. Due to personal matters, both Ojiro and Shota have dropped out of the top 16. They personally thought they did not deserve to be in it themselves and chose to drop out willingly. As such, Shiozaki and Tetsu shall be replacing them. Now that is discussed, we shall draw lots to see who will be facing who. Once the lots were drawn, I looked up and saw I was facing Shinso from General Studies. I did a little research on him in my own time. If I remember, he has a mind control quirk. Hey Ocha, who do you ha? I stop when I see her completely pale. Ocha, you okay? I look up to where she's looking and realize why she's so scared. She's facing Kacchan. Guess my win is gonna be easy. Kacchan walks up and grins at us, while Ocha looks as if she's about to throw up. What's wrong, round face? Can't back up your mouth without Deku by your side. She clenches her fist and glares him back. I'm beating you today, Bakugo. No matter what, this could end badly. Izuku Pav, let's get the first round of the third event started, people. I couldn't take the mic from him anymore, people. My apologies. Entering in on one side, we have the world's next origami master. The man WHO can make a paper cut more deadly than it should, Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. I walk out to see a field and Shinso entering in on the other side. And his opponent, the man that looks like he really needs a nap, the boy that makes all of us question how he's here. Hitoshi Shinso of Class 1E. I take a fighting stance before glaring him down. Your quirk is easy to avoid if you know how it works. He scoffs at me before we get the all clear to fight. That tail idiot was a fool. He wasted a perfectly good chance to be noticed on his stupid pride. I get angry and charge at him. Ojiro wasn't a fool. He felt bad and wanted out because he didn't like how he got here. Not everyone is fine with a free ride, and I respect him for that. I run over and grab Shinso by the shirt collar and flip him over my back. He loses his wind before I make a paper spear and hold it to his face. Quote. You give. He looks away from me and nods. I give up, and that ends the uneventful first match with Midoriya being the victor. I dispersed my spear and offer my hand to Shinso. Need a hand. He pushes my hand away and gets up. I don't need sympathy from people in the hero course. He walks away with me worried for him. Achieving the goals are important, but getting help is something that you don't have to take as an insult. I would have never gotten to where I was if it wasn't for several amazing people in my life. He looks over to me a little angered before asking, "What are you getting at? Don't push people that want to help you away, you'll only hurt yourself in the end." He sighs and walks away with me, hoping for his success in his goal. Konan Pav. After seeing Izuku win his match, I decided to walk over to meet with All Might. I have had a few questions on my mind after Izuku had received OFA that stemmed off of the creature from the USJ that made me question All Might's quirk. On my way, I bump into Endeavor, who is rather irritated as always. My apologies. Watch where you're going, you impudent fool. I get angered by this act and correct myself. On second thought, I am not sorry. He looks over to me and tries to glare me down. Watch what you say, you may get hurt because of it. You think I'm scared of your empty threats? I glare at him with a death stare before answering. Do I look as if I am afraid of death to you, Endeavor? You have no idea what me and my comrades have done up to now. He decides to back down and walk away with me, angered by his act. Now I can tell why your son does not like you. I look up at the screen to see Todoroki win his match against Zero with encasing the entire right side of the field with ice. Poor Zero. That must be frustrating for him. I watch as Todoroki holds a hurt expression on his face to make me question. Did something happen to him? I continue to walk to All Might to ask him my questions. Time skip to the 6th match. Izuku Pav. After my match, I had went to the stands to see any possible competition with Ocha. The match with Yaoyorozu and Tokiyami had officially started with Tokiyami's dark shadow pushing Yaoyorozu back. But for some reason, she wasn't using her quirk or fighting. This seems pretty one-sided. Konan Yahiko, fight. I look closely and try to find out what's going on until I see a small shimmer on her wrists. Ocha, you see what I see? I do. This may end badly for Tokiyami. Dark shadow, why are you moving so slow? Pant, I don't know. I just feel really tired for some reason. Yaoyorozu starts charging at Tokiyami and wrapping her arms and legs around him like a snake. What's going on, folks? Yaoyorozu is putting the squeeze on Tokiyami in a literal term. Is this a new move she learned? It's all over. How is Yaomomo doing that? That's not Momo Mina. Sand starts to fall off Yaoyorozu to show a puppet. 1. Sorry Tokiyami, but I've won. Yaoyorozu comes out of the bandaged casing that was supposed to hold the puppet. Yaoyorozu has just come out of the mummy, folks, but how is this possible? Quote, she must have made the switch some time before the match and used her puppet master's jutsu and a sand transformation jutsu to make her puppet look exactly like her. A smart trick for a puppet master. Wait, but why is Tokiyami's quirk not moving so well? Simple. Mr. Bug Zapper, Dark Shadow was poisoned. We look back to see Mr. Sasori watching with some pride. Poisoned, not as in he'll die poison. Consider it like a poison that affects quirks. Not as effective as mine, but Yaoyorozu has come a long way compared to 2 weeks ago. And her actions right now are proof of that. Do you give up, Tokiyami? Tokiyami looks at Yaoyorozu and lowers his head. I submit. We have a winner, folks. The first round's 6th match is clenched by Yaoyorozu. Yaoyorozu releases Crow's grip and walks over to Tokiyami. Sorry if that was a little rough. The poison should work its way out of Dark Shadow in about 2 hours. No worries and thank you for your concern. Me and Ocha watch in amazement as Yaoyorozu beat Tokiyami with her mindful deception with ease. The poison was created by Yaoyorozu after looking over my notes. She has proven herself hard-working to master controlling Crow in the short time span she has. If I had to say one thing about her skills, I'd say she was a puppet master reincarnated. So she can control puppets to that degree. That's gonna be a tough one going forward knowing. I glance over to see Ocha walk away. I follow her knowing what is probably going through her mind right now. She still hasn't gotten over her emotional hump, has she? Ochako Pav. I start to breathe a little uneasy while walking in the hallways. Get it together, Ochako. Bakugo isn't stronger than you anymore and can't hurt you. You can fight back unlike when you were 5. You okay, Ocha? I look behind me to see Izu looking at me worried. Yeah, just some last-minute jitters. He comes over and hugs me while caressing my head. You're still scared of how Kachan acted towards us when we were little, aren't you? I hate when he can read me like a book sometimes. A little. Don't worry about that, Ocha. You're not the same little girl you were when you first met him. You are a strong, fierce, dependable, heroic shinobi in training. I smile a bit at Izu as he gives me a peck on my lips. That's also kinda why I fell in love with you. He smiles at me with a blush forming on my cheeks. Why you always know how to embarrass me, don't you? Knowing you for as long as we have is the best way to. I sigh a bit before taking off my headband and looking at it. This headband symbolizes my training with Ms. Konan and Mr. Pain with all the blood, sweat, and tears me and Izu had along the way. But to me, it's more than just that. It's proof of the bond me and Izu share as we've grown up together. It's proof we have trained to be better together. I hand my headband to Izu, to which he looked at me confused. What are you doing? I wanna beat Bakugo today without ninjutsu and don't want to insult our teachers if I fail. You're taking Kachan on without ninjutsu, that's insane. I nod and smile. I know, but I need to do this for myself. Izu looks at me a little worried, but gives in. I don't like the thought of it, but please don't be too reckless. I promise, and I promise that we'll face off in the finals. I give him a peck on the lips before heading to the waiting room. 1. Time skip to Ochako's match. Alright, ladies and gents, time for the 8th match of the first round. On one side, I have the girl who can make sweet sounds turn sour, Ochako Uraraka. And on the other, the man who can make a big flash no matter what, Katsuki Bakugo. Oi, Deku's bitch, you gonna fight me with that lame ass cheat you and him have, or are you gonna fight me as your lame ass self for once? I clench my fist a little and take a fighting stance. Neither, because I'm going to beat you with my own talent. Begin. Once we get the green light, I charge at Bakugo as fast as I can. He pulls his right hand back to do a right hook for me to see it coming and dodge it in the nick of time. He always starts with a right hook. I try and touch his arm for him to only blast me away. I stagger, but I come charging back after being thrown a few feet. The next hit was a left directly to me, jumping and trying to roundhouse him to the face. He grabs my leg with his right and makes an explosion with it. I get pushed back and look down at me ankle to see how bad the burn was. Is he trying to kill me? Is that the best your lame ass can do without your fancy whatever the fuck it is? You're as useless as you were 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Ochako sweetie, it's going to be some time to unpack. Why don't you to the park and try and meet some new friends? I smiled at my mom and nodded. Okay, I'll make a bunch of new ones. My parents moved to this neighborhood to help their work. I felt a little uneasy moving to a new place, but I wanted to find a way to help my mom and dad not worry for me. Once I got to the park, I found a blonde boy and 2 others to play with. Hi, I'm Ochako Uraraka. I just moved here. I smiled at the boy as he just smirked at me. Nice to meet ya. Name's Katsuki Bakugo, but you can call me the next #1 hero. He states this in a bold manner to the point I started giggling at him. Seems like a arrogant thing to say, but it's nice too. What was that? He pushed me to the ground with his hands making some kind of explosion. That hurt. I started to cry a little with him kicking me. Nobody insults me and gets away with it. All I could do was cry until I heard someone shout, "Kachan, stop." I start to look up with my teary eyes to see a boy with green hair shaking in front of me. He was trying to help me, but was really scared. I heard them argue with the green-haired boy taking a fighting stance. If you won't stop, then I'll stop you myself. I was scared for the boy. Here was someone fighting for me when he didn't even know me. But when the angry boy came at him, all I could do was close my eyes. Once I opened them, I saw a pretty lady with wings stand between the boys. I could not believe it. 2 people came to help when I could do nothing. Could one of them be my guardian angel? The next day, everyone, this is Ochako Uraraka. She just moved here, so treat her nicely. I looked at my new classmates and recognized one immediately. Deku. I ran over and hugged Deku when I saw him to make him really happy. Hey Okan, guess we're in the same classroom together. We started to laugh before the mean boy from yesterday walked over to us. I finally get my revenge on you, round face. He came at me with his quirk with Deku pulling me away. Kachan, stop it, you're being mean. Who cares if I'm mean? I just want to beat you and round face up. Ever since that day, me and Deku had made sure to keep away from Bakugo, especially when it was recess time. Most of our recess was made up of us running from him. Eventually we made it a game and had a blast. When we got stronger though, Deku stopped this with him making a paper bomb one day and exploring it near his face. He backed away from us a lot after that, but he still wanted us hurt for some reason. 1. Time skip to the last year of middle school. Hey Ocha, how's your kunai training going? Not so well. I can't stop making mine float when I touch them. It's becoming a problem. Me and Izu has trained with Ms. Konan and Mr. Payne for several years now and are practically inseparable. I never understood why, but I've lately been getting this weird feeling whenever we're alone. My chest has started clenching for some reason, with it being more apparent when we're close. It isn't a bad feeling, but it's one I don't get. Maybe mom knows what this feeling is. Out of the way, nerd. Bakugo had shoved Izu out of the way and pulled me next to him. From now on, round face, you're my woman. I felt beyond angry at him at that point to want to punch him in the face. If I had more guts at that point, I probably would. Sorry Bakugo, but I don't date jackasses. I pinch his shirt sleeve and pull myself out of it to go back to Izu. What was that? While my back was turned, He came at me with an explosion before I could even react. I could only shut my eyes and wait for the pain that was going to come. Once the smoke cleared, Izu's paper wing was in front of me. Very mature of you, Kachin. Attacking someone when you get rejected. Bakugo glared me down in anger and then towards Izu. Get out of the way, Deku. This has nothing to do with you. Izu started making several paper bombs with me being covered in his paper for protection. Make me. They glared off for 2 solid minutes before Bakugo walks away. Not even worth it. Enjoy being with the loser, ya flabby bitch. I felt beyond useless at that point, seeing how much I haven't changed since we were little. I still needed Izu to protect me from Bakugo and hated it. Later, after training. After that, I started to question if I was even making progress over the years. When we were done with training today, I asked Ms. Konan for advice about how I feel when Izu left. I feel horrible that I let this happen, but I feel worse for Izu for having to watch that. So you want my opinion on what you feel? I nodded to answer. To my opinion, you let your past guide your fear and felt weak after seeing yourself as what you were younger. What's your opinion on it? Sigh, these aren't as simple of an answer to make. But the best is to face your fear head on when it gets to this point. Having weakness is not a problem. It is when we let it guide us is when it become a problem. I think on this and nod at Ms. Konan. But how does this come to Izu? To me, it sounds like you're in love. I wait a second before going completely red. What? Question mark. But I don't know anything about love. Not only that, but Izu and I are more like siblings than anything, so I don't see how it could be love. Ms. Konan chuckles at me a bit before answering. Love isn't something you can just know about. Sometimes, it can be right in front of you and you will never notice. I think on these feelings with some uncertainty. Let me put it this way, how would you feel if Izuku was with someone else? I think of the image and feel as if my chest was throbbing and felt tears in my eyes. It hurts. That's proof you love him. You care for him and feel that pain because you envy that he's with her and not you. This is one of the more base ways you can tell there is more in your relationship than you think, so try and say it to him. I'm sure he feels the same. Back to present third person Pav. I'm not like before. I'm not that little girl I was 10 years ago. Ochako gritted her teeth as she got back up before glaring at Bakugo. I won't lose today. Not to. Her eyes glared at him as some members of the audience saw something that shook them to their cores. 12. Not to the likes of you. Ochako charged at Bakugo as he was about to let off another explosion. You think some fancy eye trick is gonna beat ME? He lets off an explosion that seems to go in slow motion for Ochako. She dodges it and goes directly under his front to kick him up in the air. I'm not that timid little girl anymore. She jumped up and got directly behind Bakugo and tries to kick him with it being blocked. You think that's gonna work? Ochako uses his arm as a springboard to propel her forearm on her other side around before releasing multiple kicks and back wrist punches in midair at him. I'm stronger. I'm faster. I'm not a scared little kitten. Imagine Ochako doing this to Bakugo. I'm a lioness. Lioness's barrage. Bakugo is brought back down to the ground in a small crater from the sheer force with Ochako sliding back and getting up. Once everything settles, Kakuzu heads over to see the condition of Bakugo before standing up. Bakugo is rendered unconscious. The winner of the match is Uraraka. Unbelievable, folks. Uraraka has just beaten the mighty beast into the ground and is advancing to the second round. The crowd cheered as some members in the stands looked in astonishment and worry. Izuku Pav. Midoriya, was that what I think it was? I answer Yaoyorozu with what little I knew of what just happened before processing it myself. It was only for a few moments, but I think I saw her eyes hold that power. I start to smile a bit at Ocha smiling as she looks up at me. No matter how long I've known you, Ochako Uraraka, you still find ways to make me impressed. Konan Pav. So she was able to tap into her lineage after all. I glance at Itachi, who has a bit of a smile on him after what he has seen. You and Izuku are quite the unique pair, Ochako. 1. Before the third event, Orochimaru has found another Uchiha in the school. My eyes start to widen a bit before he hands me a test with a name on the bottom of the most recent. My eyes could not believe what I had been seeing. Ochako is one of your clan's descendants. Yes. More directly, She is a descendant of my younger brother. I could not believe it. The little girl that I had trained actually had ties to us with none of us knowing. Could she use Sharingan? I do not know. It becomes active though in times of great emotional stress, so we will not know until it happens. Itachi walks away with my mind still processing what has been said. Back to present. You two never cease to amaze me. I smile and chuckle a bit as Itachi and I leave to meet with Ochako. Ochako Pav. 2. I started walking back to the others with my eyes burning for some reason. What happened back there? It was like all of Bakugo's actions were in slow motion or something. Maybe Izu saw it and could give me a better understanding. It was Sharingan you just used. I looked to the side to see Mr. Itachi leaning on a wall. Sharingan. But isn't that something only you can use? Indeed. It is a Kekkei Genkai only those of the Uchiha can use that can mimic someone, slow down things around them, and have a few other additions. I think on this before a weird thought comes in my mind. You're not my dad or anything, right? No, I am not, but you are a distant relative of my younger brother. Huh, blood lineage can pass a Kekkei Genkai that far down a family tree. Strange. You should get going. Izuku might be getting worried for you. Right, thank you sir. I start running to the stands to return to Izu. 2. Meanwhile Konan Pav, I began to wait in Recovery Girl's office for Bakugo to wake up. What the? He darts up to look at his surroundings before noticing me to the side. What the fuck happened? Ochako defeated you because you pushed her too far. He began to grit his teeth in anger. I didn't lose to that fucking bitch. She did one of those lame-ass tricks her and Deku knows. It doesn't count. Sai, you're still holding onto that notion even when she defeated you with a large handicap given. I start to stand up and walk out. She trained just as hard as you did, if not more, to defeat you without nin or genjutsu. The Sharingan may have been able to enhance her senses a bit, but all that she did was her own raw power from the years of training we have done that she obtained. Let this show you how different the gap between the both of you really is. I shut the door before hearing him shout and scream in anger. Perhaps this is for the better for you, Bakugo. That frustration is proof you realize how wrong you have been over the years. You're not the top dog you believed to be. Izuku Pav. I started to make my way to the waiting room while thinking on how to deal with Todoroki and his desire to not use his fire half. Maybe if I make him see that what he's doing is only hurting himself, he'll use it. Or if I put him in a state where he forgets his hatred for his father. These things are a lot easier saying than doing. Hey, Izu. I look over to see Ocha running to wrap me in a hug. Hey Ocha, you did great out there. She looks at me and smiles. Yeah, sorry if I made you worry at all. I'll be fine, but what about you? Those explosions he landed on you looked like they hurt. It'll be fine. She leaned into me to begin kissing me with the only thought in my mind being how happy I was that she was okay and happy. If you're gonna do such an idiotic thing in the open, forfeit the match now. We look over to see Endeavor walking over in agitation. You're that kid from the Akatsuki, correct? Why yes sir. I'll head to the bleachers. I'll see you later. Ochako whispers this in my ear before running to the stands to get comfy before the match. I'm only going to say this once, boy, you're going to be defeated by my son after you make him accept my power and his role as my successor. My mind thought on what Todoroki said about his father and began to clench my fists. The boy thinks this silly notion of neglecting my powers is going to be something that allows him to prove some sort of childish thought with me. Grr. He looks at me as I growl before glaring at him with hatred in my eyes. Todoroki is not you, nor will he ever be you. Between the both of you, I would say that your notion is the most childish. Now get out of my way so I can have my fight with your son. I walked out with him angered with me to a point I could feel his stare at me as I walked. Third person Pav. Alright folks, time for the next round of MATCHE. My apologies ladies and gentlemen, but I shall be conducting the commentaries for this match. Pain states this while present Mike is on the ground in pain with a black staff pushing him down. On our right, we have the shinobi of paper Izuku Midoriya of Class 1A. Everyone began to cheer as he arrived in wearing his headband with pride. Now on the left, we have the prodigy and son of the number 2 pro hero Shoto Todoroki from Class 1A as well. Todoroki walks up with his standard indifferent look at Izuku. Now, begin. Once they got the signal to start, Todoroki released a massive amount of ice at Izuku. Right when it hit, however, it seemed like Izuku had turned to paper with thousands of sheets covering the field. What the? You're not gonna beat me like that, Todoroki. Izuku had formed his head above the ice to glare at him. The only way you're gonna win is if you use your full power. This enraged Todoroki to send more ice at Izuku for the same result to happen. Only this time, some of the papers moved to the ice to create an explosion. It would appear Izuku had created a few of his paper selves into paper bombs. Fascinating. The ice had all shattered on the field as Izuku reformed in front of Todoroki. Both knew that neither would give an inch without force, but both were prepared to do this. Meanwhile in the stands, hey guys, Ochako came to the stands just fast enough to see the after effects of the first explosion. Hey Ochako, how are you feeling? I'll be okay, Sue, I'm stronger than I look. Ochako smiles before seeing Bakugo angry beyond belief. Did I miss anything good? Midori turned into paper and exploded Todoroki's ice. So Uraraka, I've been wondering this for a while. If you and Midoriya were to face off, who would win? Ochako thought on this as she watches Izuku turn to paper and cause the similar thing to happen. If I had to guess, we might be tied enough where that might be impossible to say. Shut the fuck up so I can watch the fucking nerd lose. What? Like you did? Bakugo turns to Ochako in anger with her flipping him off. Just remember who went easy on who and still won. She sits down and quietly watches her boyfriend fight. 9. Back in the arena, Izuku had evaded several attacks by Todoroki's ice with frost beginning to form on him. Enough of this, why aren't you taking this seriously and fighting back? Quote, because you aren't fighting me seriously. Todoroki looks at Izuku angered before he asks. My father asked you to do this, didn't you? I told you before, I will make you use your full power on me no matter what. Todoroki sends more ice at him in a slower fashion before Izuku flies around it and punches Todoroki in his gut. What happened to you was wrong, I will admit that. But refusing your power doesn't make that change. We're all giving it our all in our own way. We all trained as hard as we could to reach the top. For you to think you can do this with half your power is an insult to everyone here and what they've gone through. The match started to get heated with Midnight and Cementos worried about intervening. They may have considered it if Kakuzu held them back, saying he'll stop it if it goes too far. It's your power, Todoroki. That man may have given you the building blocks, but it's you who chooses what to do with it and you alone. Izuku starts to knee Todoroki in the stomach to force him back. Heroes need to prove themselves by pushing past their max limit, so what does that make you when you won't use yours? Why are you even here when you won't even do that? What do you want to be? These words rang deep in Todoroki's mind as he remembers his mother's words to him when he was a child. You are not a slave to your lineage, Shoto. It is you who chooses what you want to be. Todoroki starts to pant as his left side lights up like an inferno. I want to be a hero. 1. As the flames rage, everyone watches as Todoroki begins to smile. Yes, Shoto. Endeavor starts shouting while walking down to the bottom of the stands. Have you finally accepted your purpose? It would appear Endeavor is spouting some form of encouraging words. Quite the father, ladies and gentlemen. Todoroki ignores these words and looks at Izuku smiling. Why are you smiling? In this situation, you must be insane. Don't blame me for what happens next. Todoroki starts sending a giant glacier at Izuku, while he flies over and charges OFA in his arm at max power. Midoriya, I see why you made me do this. Thank you, I'm finally free from my curse. As Todoroki sends a raging fire to meet Izuku's hand, Cementos created a barrier of cement with Midnight and Kakuzu trying to stop both by preventing them from meeting. But they could do nothing as the two collided to create a massive explosion. The force of it was so intense, people in the nosebleed section could barely hold their eyes open with everyone going crazy over the amount of force. Once the shock wave of the collision dies down, a giant puff of smoke comes over the field with nobody able to see the results. Stitches, respond. Kakuzu starts to stand up by a wall in pain from being flung like a rag doll across the stadium. Give me a second, I can't see anything either. Once she smoke clears, Kakuzu sees Todoroki unconscious in his ice with Izuku standing and raising a broken arm. Todoroki is unable to continue. Midoriya wins and moves on to the next round. The crowd cheers with a few visibly worried about Izuku's arm. Konan Pav. I start getting out of my seat and almost running to Recovery Girl's office to meet Izuku. On my way, I pass Endeavor, who is angered to no end. He does not even see me while muttering to himself. That Brad defeated my masterpiece. I'll make sure to train Shoto harder to make him far superior to that fool. When I'm done, nothing will stand in Shoto's way of completing my master plan of finally surpassing All Might. I began to lose my temper and slap him with a paper wing to the ground, gaining his attention. What the? Listen well, Endeavor, and listen good. Men like you sicken me to no end. You will not deny going to any length so long as it furthers your own goal. People like you don't deserve to be heroes or have children. And what makes you know anything about raising kids? I will admit that I gave up my son to give him a better life that I could not give him and regretted it to this day. But I did what I did for his benefit, not mine. Being a parent requires sacrifice and allowing a child to be themselves above all else. Our job would be to guide them to be what they want, not what we want. If it would not look bad for Izuku, I would beat you to a bloody pulp right here and leave you for dead to help your son. You don't deserve him in your life. I punch him in the stomach before walking away. Next time I see you, you better hope it's in a crowded place. I walk away with my vision blinded by my rage. I gave up everything that I could be for Izuku for him and bastards like that get to raise their own children. How disgusting this world is sometimes. I start to calm down a little when I get to the infirmary. As I open the door, I see Kurama heal Izuku's arm back to normal with Recovery Girl watching in amazement. Oh my, I never knew you tailed beast could do such an amazing job at healing injuries. This is an ability only I have. Consider it like my version of a quirk. Thank you, Kurama. Izuku starts to smile at him with Kurama ignoring him and sitting on his lap. Just don't get used to it. Izuku notices me in the room immediately after and greets me with a smile. Hello, Ms. Konan. Sorry I didn't notice you earlier. I look at him and sigh before starting what I wanted to say to him. That was reckless, Izuku. Do not ever do what you did again, understand? Sorry, I just wanted to help Todoroki. And break your arm doing it. You know better that it wasn't necessary to help him to that extent. What if you could have harmed yourself to a point your arm blew off or something? Did you ever think how Inko would react to that, or Ochako, or even me? He begins to flinch when he realizes how dangerous what he did was. Sorry, I just wanted to save Todoroki and didn't think that far in it. 4. He looked down to show he understood he should have thought with better judgment. Sigh, you're not a hero yet, Izuku. Don't do such reckless things like that again. You have too many people that worry about you for that to happen. Why, yes ma'am. He looks at me with a look of understanding before I walk over and hug him. Do not get me wrong. I am still mad that you did what you did to the extent. But I'm glad you were able to help a friend and keep your promise to him. He starts to hug me back before he whispers something to me. Thanks, Mom. Izuku Pav. After I leave Ms. Konan for the stands, I start to think on her words and what I said to her. Mom, sounds weird when I think of Ms. Konan with those words. Once I got to the stands, Ocha was there holding an angry face at me. That was too much, Izu. You could have seriously hurt your arm doing that. Don't do that again. She doesn't even give me the option to say anything before making me promise this. I promise, Ocha. She moves to be looking directly at me, still mad before saying anything. All right then. The next time you do, I'm giving you a good kick in the pants after. She backs away with me and her sitting down to watch the next match start. 5. So this match is between Ida and that Shiozaki girl from Class B, right? Yeah, whoever wins faces you next. We watch closely as Ida starts using his engines to charge at her. Recipro burst. He pushes her near the end with intent to send her out of Busei. But before he does this, he backs away. What's he doing? Four Eyes must have chickened out, ha ha ha. I look closely and notice he's holding his side with one of Shiozaki's vines having some blood on it. She stabbed him with her vine. Everyone looked at me before I notice her drawing a something in the ground with her foot. Once I understand what it was, I jumped up from my seat and shouted to Ida. Ida, get her out of the circle now. 1. I tried to shout at him, but it was too late. She ingested his blood with her entire body turning black with white lines on her. Curse hex jutsu. What's going on, folks? Shiozaki just turned pitch black with some weird white lines on her. Izu, is that? It is. We watch as Shiozaki pulls out a headband to put on. I guess now is as good a time as any to show who taught me this. 7. That's Mr. Hidan's power. How does she know that? My guess, he taught her like Mr. Sasori taught Yaoyorozu. We watch as Ida tries to kick her in the head to only have the pain reciprocate on him. Wait, what happened to Ida? He got hurt too. It's a special jutsu Kirishima. So long as the conditions are met, any and all injuries that happen to Shiozaki will happen to Ida. Ribbit. That's scary. Beyond. I watch as Shiozaki now brings out a scroll and smiles. A puff of smoke appears for a small dagger that looks similar to Mr. Hidan's scythe to come out. Now, feel the effects of God's wrath. She starts cutting her arms and legs to make Ida scream in pain as the same thing happens to him. After a few dozen times, Ida falls to the ground in pain with Shiozaki standing with a smile. Ida is unable to continue. Shiozaki wins and moves on to the next round. Okay, that was scary, folks, but we have a winner. I watch as Shiozaki starts to heal before praying to the heavens while reciting a chant. So she was taught by an Akatsuki member too. It looks like it, but I think there's more to it than just this. So I'm facing a person with Mr. Hidan's powers next. That's going to be a challenge. Konan Pav. And that's our last semi-finalist, folks. After floating Kirishima out of the ring, Uraraka will be moving on to the third round. We will have a short 15-minute break to prepare the field, but come back to watch the 4 semi-finalists face off. I get up out of my seat to stretch a little and find Hidan to ask him of Shiozaki. While leaving to the outside, I see Deidara and Hidan doing something rather idiotic. Step right up, folks, and place your bets. Who shall go home with the gold? Will it be the god of origami Midoriya, the undead holy woman Shiozaki, the puppet master Yaoyorozu, or the master of illusions Uraraka? Don't be shy, winners will be announced before the medal ceremony. 3. What the hell are you two doing? I glare at them with agitation that they are gambling on my son. Common Konan, it's not that bad. Anyone who wins gets the money, and it's all in good fun. Yeah, so you wanna place a bet on Izuku OW? That's my ear. I drag Hidan and Deidara away from their makeshift stand while clearly angered. Once we get to a quiet area, I let them go and speak. Are the two of you out of your minds placing bets on children? Relax, Konan. All proceeds are given to the winner with the audience having a little fun. I stare daggers at them until Hidan speaks up. Also, we put a max of 20 for people to bet. No high-risk gambling involved. I pinch the bridge of my nose before saying anything. 2. Sigh, I can't fight that as much, but I would still rather you both not place bets on the students. That being said, I look over to Hidan. How did you even meet Shiozaki? Well, I was doing some maintenance work on a church and bumped into her there. Exactly how did you bump into her? Hidan starts to put his hand on his chin before answering. This all started about 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, Hidan Pav. Today I had to do some stupid maintenance work on some old church again. Damn stupid church, why don't they just stop using it? This is literally the 8th time this month I had to come to fix something. The church had been there for a while and was literally a death sentence for someone waiting to happen. Boards about to fall, unstable supports, and the electricity kept having problems happen. To say the church was on its way to the ground was an understatement. But before I continued my rant, I noticed a girl that I've seen before again. Isn't that the UA uniform? She regularly came to this church for some reason, but I never actually interacted with her. Hope she doesn't get hurt, kinda would feel bad if she did. Praying to your god in his house and dying there, that doesn't seem that right with this religion. All of a sudden, a wooden board comes down right above her head. Move it, kid. I jump over to tackle her to the ground with the board going through my chest. Damn it, that hurts. Hey kid, you okay? I look down at her as she holds a look of horror on her. I am so sorry, sir. I should have been more careful, and now you're Before you say that, this thing is nothing. I point at the board before getting up to take it out. NNNNHHHGGGGAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Still really hurt though. I smile at her with her looking at me amazed. Was that your quirk? Not necessarily, but kinda. You see, have you ever heard of the Akatsuki? Isn't that the vigilante group with 10 members? Correct, but we aren't actually vigilantes. We're underground heroes. At least, that's what we were told a little while ago. Her eyes widen as I say, we. You're one of them. Correct, holy girl. You're talking to the Walking Dead hero, Undead. She looks at me amazed until she finally speaks. If what that wasn't a quirk, what was it? To make a long story short, I'm the product of some human experimentation that would create the ultimate killing machine. I can live after almost any and all kill attempts and can inflict harm onto others with a curse. So it is God's blessing upon you. Sigh, you got time to hear a story? I have nothing else I wished to do today. She began to sit down as I worked and told the story of my life as a shinobi, a Jashin worshipper, the Akatsuki, and how were people brought here from the past with no idea how to get back. So that's about it. She seemed a little confused before speaking. Jashinism, what is that? A religion that died long ago. To put it simple, we kill in order to please Jashin. But now that it's no longer around, I kinda feel like I'm aimless now. I've got no home outside the Akatsuki, no relatives, and I hang around a guy that is obsessed with money. I just feel like I don't have a purpose anymore in life. Hey, kinda stupid coming from someone that can't die right. I feel a little down at this point knowing I've got almost no point in life anymore since I don't kill much now. I don't think it's stupid at all. I look at the girl amazed she isn't agreeing with me. You have lost your way, but now you wish to find another. Perhaps I may help you. And how do you plan to do that, holy girl? Perhaps you can teach me how to fight like you. Quote dot. Huh, I look at her like she's crazy before she continues. You seek a goal or drive. I wish to get stronger to save those in need. Perhaps our encounter today was to put us on a similar path. One that will give us both merit in our time together. She looks at me honest with me only laughing. PFFFAHAHAHAHA, ah, that was a god one. I like you, kid, you're hilarious. I also like the idea of teaching you. I look over to her and smile. What's your name, kid? Abara Shiozaki. Starting now, Shiozaki, you're going to be trained by me. She smiles at this before nodding. Thank you, Mr. Undead. Oh yeah, just call me Hidan. Yes, Mr. Hidan. 2. Back to present Konan Pav. And that's how I became Shiozaki's master. I stare at him confused before asking. Is she immortal like you? Not until she kills someone by her own hands. At the moment, she can still die if instant death moves are done, like piercing her heart or beheading. Fascinating. I begin to walk near Didera before giving him $20. I thought you weren't gonna be part of this. I said I would rather you not. I never said anything of joining it as well. 20 on both Izuku and Ochako ending in a draw. Okay, but why do you think it's gonna end like that? Call it mother's intuition. I walk back to get ready to watch the match take place. 3. Izuku Pav. Alright folks, time for the first of the semifinal matches. On one side, we have the master of origami, the class representative of 1A, Izuku Midoriya. And on the other side, the woman WHO will make you feel hell without even touching you. Class 1B's, Abara Shiozaki. I began to get myself ready for a fight with Shiozaki drawing a circle in the ground. This will be where you repent for all your sins, Izuku Midoriya. Hey, who said I was going to go down that easily? Begin. Right off the bat, I send shurikens at her to pull her away from the circle. If I can keep one of the 3 things she needs to activate the curse away from her, I can win. Shiozaki started charging at me with her hair producing vine after vine trying to scrape me for blood. Thanks to full cowling, I was able to dodge them with little worry. And Shiozaki is off to a ferocious start, folks. Why are you running, Midoriya? Don't you wish to win? She starts increasing her speed with me having no choice. I created a blade of paper and infused chakra into it. I charged her, cutting down every vine in my wake before kneeing her in the stomach to send her back. Oh snap folks, Izuku lost his nerve with Shiozaki. I start to feel a bit of pain on the side of my foot to see a small cut. Oh no. I look over to see Shiozaki with a vine having some of my blood on it. Immediately, she makes a dash for her circle. Gotta stop her. If she gets to the circle, it's over. I use full cowl and make a few shurikens to block her path. She slows down, but used her vines to slow me down as well. We both knew that this match faded on if she got to the circle or not. Not gonna make it in time. Shiozaki gets to the circle and activates her curse jutsu. Now, you're cursed Midoriya. She starts to smile as she gets out the same dagger she used in the fight against Ida. Now, feel God's divine judgment. She pierces her arm to make a huge hole in her shoulder. He. Now show me what God's wrath has done to you. She looks at me to see I'm unfazed. What did you? I damaged the circle. She looks down to see that the circle and its confines were badly damaged. When did you do this? When we started and you attacked me. I made it seem like I was only focusing on dodging you. But in reality, I was destroying your circle as a safety measure in case you got me. Why you planned this from the beginning? Not entirely, but it doesn't hurt to have a safety measure. I smile a bit with her clearly angry. You bastard. Shiozaki immediately tries to draw the circle again to be met by shurikens pushing her to the wall in a similar fashion of crucifixion. I figured this way was the best method to beat you Shiozaki, since you're religious and everything. I smirk as Mr. Kakuzu calls it. Shiozaki is out of bounds, Midoriya wins and advances to the final round. And there you have it folks. Our first finalist is Izuku Midoriya. I take the shurikens out of Shiozaki's body to let her down. She started to punch the ground in anger knowing this was as far as she got. Mr. Hidan, forgive me for losing. She started to cry a bit with me patting her shoulder. You did your best. If I was him, I'd be proud to call you my disciple. I start to smile at her while she leaves out of the exit. She's still upset. I hope she can gain some closure with this, she almost had me there. Hidan Pav. I start to head to the corridor where I could meet Shiozaki with her still upset. Shiozaki. She brings her head up to notice me before putting it back down. I am sorry sir, I failed you. Nah, you didn't fail me. You fought with the best of your skills and lost to someone who trained for most of his life with this. Experience was your enemy today, not the lack in skill. I walk up to her and pat her head while smiling at her. Maybe next time, we can train you in some longer range combat skills. What ya say? She starts to cry while looking at me with a smile. Yes sir. To think, this kid gave me motive in life again. Thank you Shiozaki, you actually helped me more than you know. Ochako Pav. Once Izu's match finished, I ran to the waiting room to prepare for the match at hand. Once there, I was met by Ms. Konan waiting for me. Quite the match you have ahead of you. Why yes ma'am. She looks at me while smiling. It's been what, 10 years I've trained you in Izuku with pain. Yes, about that long. She gets up to pat my head before pulling me in for a hug. I want you to know that no matter what the outcome is, you and Izuku have done me and Pain great pride in calling you our disciples. Everything you and Izuku accomplished under us, makes us both very proud of you. I start to smile before hugging back. We could only do it because of you and Mr. Pain. So thank you. She lets go of me when I'm called. Go out there and put on a great show for us Ochako. I nod before giving a thumbs up. Will do. Alright folks, time for the second semifinal match. On one side, we have the Woman of Illusion. Give it up for the vice representative of 1A, Ochako Uraraka. And on the other side, we have the Mistress of Creation and Puppetry. Give it up for Class 1A's, Momo Yaoyorozu. The crowd starts cheering with Momo pulling Crow out of the bandages. Begin. Momo wastes no time sending Crow in to attack me with blades. I dodge every attack to notice the blades are laced with poison. Not bad Uraraka, but not good enough. She makes a movement for Crow to send out a smoke bomb filled with poison. Unbelievable folks, could this be the end of Uraraka's fight for glory? Fire style. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. I start sending out an attack to make Momo dodge them before coming up from under Crow to her face. The one flaw with puppet masters, they're always an open target. I attempt to punch her in the face to be met with a shield between us. Ing. My hand starts to crack a bit before jumping back. Should have figured she'd find a way around that. I start to hear Crow come behind me to force me to jump over it. Impressive, Uraraka. If my quirk wasn't able to make a shield, you may have won. She starts to make Crow get ready for another attack with me worried where to dodge from. Now Puppet Master's technique. Infinite Blade Dance. Momo starts taking Crow's limbs and head off to attack me from every direction. Damn it. Gotta use it. I activate Sharingan to dodge every possible one while looking for an opening. Wait a minute. I start to see Momo's hand movements to notice patterns. I begin to smile while seeing where every movement takes Crow. Unbelievable, folks. It looks like Uraraka is dodging like it was nothing. How? You shouldn't be able to see them, they're moving so fast. Easy, really. Your finger movements are a dead giveaway. I start dodging blade after blade with the distance between us very small. Hard to fight Puppet Master's long distance, but close range is always the flaw. Momo tries to dodge me with trying to gain distance. In a last-ditch effort to grab her, I sweep her feet to try and get her off guard. She jumps with a clone I made coming over me to touch her with all 5 fingers. The act makes her weightless. Now, I quickly grab Momo to send her out of the stadium. She gets thrown to a wall and gets knocked for a loop. Crow immediately falls afterwards with Kakuzu coming over. Yaoyorozu has been knocked out of bounds. Uraraka is the winner and our second finalist. Oh yeah, folks, we have both our finalists. Next will be a fight between boyfriend and girlfriend, folks. Make sure to watch as the two lovers face off with each other. I walk over with Crow to Momo, who was starting to come to. Ugh, my head hurts. Sorry if that was a little much. I give Momo Crow in my hand, to which she accepted it and smiled. I guess my talents still need work. Rome wasn't built in a day, Momo, these things take time. She starts to smile at me before nodding. I guess they do. 4. Sasori Pav. Yaoyorozu starts walking down a hall with me leaning against the side. Shame you didn't win. Yaoyorozu starts to put her head down in dissatisfaction. Honestly though, you lasted better than I thought with Ochako. Why don't we go over tomorrow where you went wrong and improve yourself? She starts to nod at me with a bit of a smile going. Will do, sir. Common, the two finalists are gonna face off soon. Yes sir, that is one fight I don't want to miss. We start walking with a smile finding its way on my face. Well done, Momo Yaoyorozu. You have made every puppet master proud that you hold the name with the road you walk right now. 2 days before Christmas, Izuku Pav. That should be enough for the both of you today. Me and Ocha started panting a bit with a cold breeze coming through to make us both shiver to the bone. Come along you two, let's get you home before your parents worry. Ms. Konan motions for us to lead her back into town before I remember something. Oh, that's right, Mr. Payne, can you tell the other Akatsuki members that my mom is having a Christmas party tomorrow and that they're invited? Christmas. Mr. Payne looks at me confused before Ocha chimes in. Christmas, you know, ho ho ho, Santa Claus, birth of Christ. It's a holiday where the members of the Catholic faith honor the birth of a child of God who had been crucified by humans that held resentment towards him. The 25th of December is the birth of that child, in which the Virgin Mary brought the child into the world with 3 wise kings bringing gifts to the boy to say he will be a cleric, have noble status, and be a healer. Nowadays, people celebrate a more modern version where a man known as Saint Nicholas comes into your house to leave presents for those that are good as a way to honor a man who had done such acts as giving from his vast wealth to people during the 4th century, who would later be known as Father Christmas. The purpose of the holiday is to give to those what you can and to spread goodwill to all. Me and Ocha look at Ms. Konan a little amazed before she smirks at us. A coworker of mine celebrates Christmas and had made me curious of the holiday some years back. Ah, so that is what Christmas is. Tell your mother that I shall inform the other members and that she will see Konan and myself for certain. Thank you, Mr. Payne. I'll tell her when I see her. Me and Ocha bow before running back into town to do a little last-minute Christmas shopping. Konan Pav. Once the children leave, Payne and I begin to speak of how to adjust the training regimen for the two of them. When we finish with that, I begin to think on the purpose of the holiday before walking into town myself. You wish to get Izuku and Ochako a gift, don't you? It is part of the holiday and I am to assume they may do the same for us. It is only natural to partake in it if they wish to go out of their way to bring us into their holiday festivities. I do not plan on it being big, I just wish to give them something to know that I do care for them. Quote. Very well, I shall also search for ones myself for them along with ones for their parents as well. I should think on one for them as well. Now what should I get them? That day had been spent searching for gifts for everyone by me and Pain. During that time, we had sent a message to everyone about the little party that Inko was preparing and had asked everyone to bring something for everyone as a token of gratitude. While window shopping, Pain and I had discovered a few things that truly fit our disciples and decided to grab them. During this, a particular item grabbed my interest in an unfavorable way. Say it is the season. Even that fool Bakugo deserves for me to be less hostile to him at the very least. Once we had finished shopping, Pain and I had grabbed a small thing of wrapping paper to wrap our gifts up before making our way home. Night of the party. Izuku Pav. Izuku sweetie, Ochako and her family just arrived with Mitsuki and Masaru. Coming mom. I began to run into the living room with a green Christmas sweater on. Once in the living room, I was put in a tackle hug by Ocha. Izu, Merry Christmas. Hey Ocha, Merry Christmas to you too. We both began laughing a bit with someone knocking on the door again. I'll get it. Mom goes to open the door for the Akatsuki to come in with Mr. Pain leading them. Hello Izuku and Ochako, Merry Christmas. Thank you sir. Me and Ocha immediately get up to now to him and Ms. Konan who was behind him. Ah, that's so sweet of you two. Treating these two with so much respect. You two really have been an inspiration to both my daughter and Izuku. Ocha's parents start chuckling at us while some of the Akatsuki members bring in some food and snacks. Konan Pav, I hope you don't mind that some of our members brought some things. Oh, it's perfectly fine Konan. I appreciate the help. Now I wish Katsuki joined in this. Mitsuki walks over with staring at some of the Christmas cookies that Zetsu had brought that were baked into certain holiday images. He chose not to come. Yeah, the brat's exact words were, I'm not going to some loser party at Deku's house. His version though had a lot of screaming. Internally, I was happy I did not have to deal with that fool of a child. I did however act indifferent for Mitsuki's sake as my friend. That is a bit of a shame. I even had gotten him a gift thinking he would be here. No worries Konan, that brat will just have to deal with me shoving it in his face when I get home. We continue a bit of small talk until the door opens to a tall slender man in a business suit. Inko, Izuku, I'm home. The man states this with a little cheer while looking rather tired. Dad, Hisashi. Izuku begins running to the man with Inko walking fast over to him. Hey you two, glad to see you both in person. They began to hug each other warmly before Deidara comes over to me while drinking eggnog and eating a cookie. Hosh dat. He asks this with his mouth full. Hisashi Midoriya, Inko's husband and Izuku's father. He nods his head while taking a sip of eggnog. So what is drink anyway? Eggnog, a custard-based drink with spices added to it. It's a more Western version of posset which is basically the same thing, but without the eggs added to it. In an easy way to explain it, it's similar to an ice cream base that people spike with rum or some other hard liquor. Cool. Once the warming reunion of the Midoriya's end, Hisashi walks up to me with his hand extended. You must be Ms. Konan. Very nice to meet you and thank you for teaching Izuku as well as being my wife's friend. I extend my hand out to shake his. The pleasure is actually mine sir. Also, what has Inko told you of me? He glances around to make sure nobody hears before leaning over to whisper in my ear. She told me about Izuku and you. Your secret's safe with me by the way. He stands straight again while smiling at me like Izuku does. Oh, I almost forgot. Hisashi grabs a small object from his pocket before putting it up. There we go. Excuse me sir, but what did you just put up? Itachi walks over to notice the abnormal object in the door frame before I explain it to him. It's called mistletoe, an old tradition where two people would kiss each other while under it. The tradition started as a way to bless a house to ward off evil spirits and bring good fortune to a household. It is also a sign of love and friendship as the original use. It was later used in a 1784 song and an 1843 book called A Christmas Carol, as an indication to make kissing under it more popular. The original way it should be done is that one person should eat one of the berries off of it with another person giving them a kiss. Once all the berries are gone, there should be no more kisses. Nowadays, this custom is rarely seen or practiced for those that do not know of it. Fascinating. Itachi and I watch as Hisashi walks away with a smug look on his face before Ochako and Izuku talk while walking under it. Izuku, look above you. Hisashi gets his attention for him to look up to see the mistletoe. Now I see what this was for. Izuku turns red with Ochako soon following when she notices it. Ah, two lovebirds under a mistletoe. How adorable. Mitsuki sees this with everyone watching as Izuku slowly kisses Ochako's lips with her following his lead. Hisashi immediately takes a picture of it with me secretly taking one myself without anyone noticing. I'll just keep that in the adorable memories file later. Once the scene was over, I began to see Hisashi proud of himself for some reason. Would you care to enlighten me on why you did this? Well, I never got the chance to help Izuku growing up due to me working overseas. Because of that, I missed his graduations, his enrollment in middle school, parents' days, and even the chance to congratulate him on finding a girlfriend for him. When Inko told me Izuku started dating Ochako, I was happy for him and sad I couldn't be there to congratulate him. So I decided to give him a moment he may cherish for a while. And all of us. I went over to the table to grab a cup of eggnog for both me and Hisashi. I think you're a good man. Izuku respects you as a father and was happy you came home for the holiday. Not every child grew up with happiness and stability as much as Izuku does. I can speak as one from example. Maybe, but I do wish I could be there for him more than I am. Sometimes you must play the cards you're dealt the best you can. Your family can survive thanks to your hard work, and they acknowledge that. I was right to let Izuku stay with you too. I take a small sip to realize the eggnog had alcohol in it. Probably should not have any more than what's in this cup. Sniffle. Thank you, Ms. Konan. You have no idea how those words feel. Hisashi starts crying streams of tears with Inko coming over to find out why. I only mention to her the conversation with my last words to him before she starts bawling her eyes out as well. Well, at least they're very supportive of Izuku. The party had gone on for some time with Deidara and Hidan getting very intoxicated to a point they began to put a red nose on Zetsu and sing a parody of Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. They happened to hear before doing this. Kisame and Itachi had began a pleasant conversation with Mr. Uraraka and Mr. Bakugo about their personal endeavors to get to where they were. Pain, Kakuzu, and Sasori had been sitting on the couch minding themselves since they had not enjoyed the loud noise as much as others, with Orochimaru gone somewhere along with Izuku and Ochako. Okay everyone, Ochako and Izuku would like to make a small show for you all as something to lighten the mood a bit. Izuku and Ochako bring out a set of bells to prepare them. During this, Izuku began to make some papers of different colors show up behind her. Before she began, Orochimaru decided to shut all but one of the lights off with all of us getting our attention to them. As Ochako began to play, Izuku lit specific papers to make a small light show of green and red flashes. He made flash bombs at a low level to create effects. Clever, very clever. They had initiated a completely flawless performance with both in perfect sync. Once they finished, they looked at us and bowed with all of us clapping. Orochimaru immediately put the lights back on with all of us still rather amazed by this. Both immediately went to Izuku's room afterwards with a bag of gifts to give to everyone. Now that that's over, me and Izu have some gifts to give. They both went into the bag to bring out a gift for Hidan and Kakazu first. Hidan was given a set of rings with the symbols of Jashin on them, while Kakuzu was given arm sleeves for warmth. Sweet. These are awesome. I was beginning to get a little cold over my arms during my winter jobs. We're glad you like them. They immediately go back into the bag to take out a few more gifts. Going down the line of who was next, Itachi was given a sweater with his family crest on it, Kisame was given a shark teeth necklace, Deidara was given a new pen set for his manga, Sasori was given fingerless gloves, Zetsu was given a small bonsai, and Orochimaru was given a book he was trying to save to advance his knowledge in his field. Finally, It had come to me in Pain. I hope you both like it. They both smiled at us with Pain going first. He opened his gift to find a small keychain that people had made of our organization. It wasn't anything special, just a symbol of the red clouds on our cloaks. I thought you would like to see that you are doing something good in the eyes of the public. Not only that, but we do respect you a lot, sir. Pain started to smile a bit at the keychain before returning to his indifferent look. Thank you. Ochako had held a gift up for me to see with both of them smiling at me. I began to open it with some curiosity to see a small glass angel inside it. We passed it coming home one day and thought of you instantly. Do you like it? I held it up to see that it was completely flawless in design. I began to hold it close to me before thanking them. In that moment, however, it had taken everything inside me to not hug Izuku and say how much I love it out of fear he may become curious of my relationship with him. I mustn't show affection to Izuku, but I honest and truthfully wish to hug him right now. Thank you both for this. Pain and myself have 2 small gifts for the 2 of you as well. We hand them both their gifts with them opening them to find a matching set of weapon pouches from Pain for both of them, and 2 small figurines of All Might and 13 from me. Thank you both so much, it means a lot. Once we were done, Izuku had given Ochako a small beret of the paper flowers she puts in her hair, while Ochako had given a small picture of both of them, to which both had given the other a hug and a sincere smile. After another hour, the time had come for us to leave. Tomorrow we will start an hour later for the 2 of you. Villainy does not rest because of the holiday, so neither should you. We shall see you both tomorrow. Pain leads us out while saying this with everyone following him. Travel home safely. While walking back, I began to smile a bit knowing Izuku had offered us this chance with Pain noticing. He began to look at me as a way to state, do not step out of line with this. Though he thinks kindly of you, do not let the fact you or his mother slip before the time is right. I understood this and was content with this, but inside I wished to have celebrated these holidays with him as who I really was to Izuku. But today, I was happy. I was able to show some compassion for Izuku as more than just a mentor. Merry Christmas, Izuku. May this holiday bring you love and happiness now and forever. The next day at the Bakugo's third-person POV. What the? Bakugo had opened his gift to him from Konan with anger slowly seeping out of him. Katsuki, what's wrong? Mitsuki walks into the kitchen to notice him leaning over something. She walks over to find a book to notice the title. Moron's Guide to Anger Management. *PFFT***. Hahaha. She got you a good gift, that's for sure. Mitsuki starts uncontrollably laughing with Bakugo finding a note inside. I had noticed this and thought you would gain much from reading this. I hope you learn something pleasant from it in your spare time. Merry Christmas, Ms. Konan. That fucking bitch thinks she can give me a fucking gag gift and get away with it. Bakugo had exploded the letter in his hands with Mitsuki still on the floor laughing to the point of tears at the gift her son was given. Stop laughing, you old hag. On that day, Bakugo's rage grew 3 sizes, they say. One for Izuku, another for Ochako, and a third for Konan. Yes, a Grinch reference. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video. Please make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.